noon with pregame coverage beginning at 11:30 on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
You're tuned in to the Sports Mix with Spencer and Nick on Talk Radio WRNR 106.5 FM, AM 740, and TV 10.
Welcome back to this final segment of the Sports Mix for September 23rd, 2022, brought to you in part by the Marius Group at Ameriprise Financial Advisors. John Everson and Phil McCoy. You can call Ameriprise Financial Services at 304-263-4343 or stop by their offices located at 1270 Winchester Avenue. Spencer Punick, Verzolini, and Colin McLaughlin. Here as we wrap things up on this edition of the Sports Mix, get you ready for a big weekend in college, or in high school, college, and NFL football. Before we do that, before we end the show, I just want to give my sister a quick shout out. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Maddie. Hope you're having a great day. But let's talk NFL final. Let's see what else is out there. Kind of, let's just make our predictions for the day. We've got a few minutes left. We usually don't.
Sounds good to me.
We usually don't have time left.
I know,
because we're like previewing the Mountaineers and we're previewing the Steelers, but all we did was recap them. Start first with we'll go on ESPN and start there. Texans, Bears. Bears favored by 2.5 at home.
That's a toss-up game. I'll go with the Texans. They've been pretty competitive these first 2 weeks. I think they had a chance to get a win.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. I might go with the Bears.
The
Bears. Raiders, Titans. Raiders favored by 2 in Tennessee.
Tennessee looked terrible.
They did.
But
this is the battle of 0-2 teams.
It's surprising that these two teams, I think, are 0-2.
Yes, very.
But I'll go Bears. I think they're the better team. So the Titans are going to fall to 0-3, even though I have them winning the AFC South.
I am going.
That makes no sense.
I'm going with the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean,
Colin, pick yours. We got
I'm going with Raiders
South,
as well.
All right, Chiefs, Colts. Chiefs favored by 5.5. I've got the Chiefs.
Yes, give me the Chiefs.
It is in Indianapolis.
Honestly, if you want to throw
Chiefs
a little money on the
survivor pool
Jaguars
pick, so.
right now, I don't know what the odds are, but they might win the South this year.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's probably increased or down.
Colts are struggling.
Yeah,
Titans are struggling.
Might be
all right,
worth
pick
taking
one,
a look.
Colin. Pick
I
one.
did. I said Chiefs.
All right, Bills, Dolphins, Buffalo favored
Bills.
by 5.5 in Miami. I've got the Bills.
Buffalo in a shootout.
Wow.
I hope.
All right.
Actually, I don't care.
Lions, Vikings in Minnesota. Vikings favored by 6.
I'll go
Lions with the upset.
I'll go with the Vikings, but
I've got
it's gonna be close. I think
I've got the Vikings. All right, Bengals, Jets in New York, New Jersey. Cincinnati favored by 6.5.
If the Bengals lose again this week, something serious.
W. Harley Miller
in Cincinnati.
Flacco
understands the need and desire for reliable and
Browns.
affordable smart home
So give me
solutions.
Cincinnati.
Secure your home
All right,
with a
I've got
security system
Cincinnati
to
as
keep
well.
it close to your
Saints,
family.
Panthers, New Orleans
Elevate your
favored
home
by
with a Control
2.5
4 system and
in
have
North
smart
Carolina.
technology
I've
work
got
as
the
one.
Saints.
Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
Dear Lord, the battles we go through life.
We ask for a chance is fair.
We ask for a chance is fair.
Chance to equal our strife. Chance to do it there.
Chance to do it there.
We should win.
We should win.
Let it be by the code.
Let it be by the code.
Faith and honor held high.
Faith and honor held high.
We should lose.
We should lose.
Stand by the road.
Stand by the road.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Cheers, the winners go by.
Day by day.
Day by day.
We get better and better.
We get better and better.
So we can't beat.
We can't beat.
Boom, beat.
Who let the dogs out?
It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football, featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we welcome you into the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop, as we will give a huge shout out to our crew that will be providing tonight's game coverage for the TV10 and WRNR TV side. Our executive producer is Donna Schaffner. Our cameraman tonight, as well as a sideline reporter first off, is Spencer Dupuis, and the rest of the camera crew. It is Caden Kemp, Braden Schaffner, Donald Kinney, and last but certainly not least, John Alderton, as we welcome you into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio and video distribution, and more. Phone 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. Tonight's game features your Martinsburg Bulldogs for homecoming night against the Hedgesville Eagles. Both teams coming in 3-1 on the year, Dylan, and both of them coming off tough losses last week.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game because to me, Hedgesville has so far looked like the second best team in the EPAC. So I think when it comes to the in-conference schedule here, this is going to be the toughest matchup that Martinsburg will have this year, unless some team surprises later in the year. I think Hedgesville has a lot to take it off. They came out and surprised us early to start off the year, and they came off and had a big win against Washington, and they really came out and threw the ball. They really aired the ball out, and that's not what we expected from Hedgesville. So coming into tonight, I think this is a fun game for Martinsburg to have as their homecoming, and obviously they're coming off of their loss from last week, and they're going to be ready and motivated, and they're going to want to get a win tonight.
Yeah, the first loss that they did not score a touchdown in since 2005 against Jefferson, where they were shut out at home. But it should be a bounce-back game, hopefully, for Martinsburg. But the big question mark is due to all the injuries so far that have piled up for the Bulldogs this season, Dylan, and two notable ones that will be shown offensively and defensively are two wide receivers and two corners typically for Martinsburg, and that is Sherrod Musgrove as well as Cassius Gideon.
Right, and we already saw that Roman Pearson went down in the first game of the season, and then things have just piled on. You didn't have Eric King to start the year. You didn't have E.J. Hendricks to start the year. You had him in the last game, but don't believe he's on the
Yep, he's another one that is not available today as well.
Yeah, so things have been shifted around. It looks like we're going to have a really different setup on the offense for the Bulldogs tonight, with Murphy Clement listed on the depth chart as a wide receiver rather than a quarterback. So it's going to be all Ezra Bajent tonight, except for maybe some different packages they have there. But they are changing things around. Murphy, usually kind of a running quarterback or just kind of a direct snap running back, as we saw last week. And he was getting some handoffs from Ezra just as a straight-up traditional running back. But tonight he's going to be out wide, and they're going to need it with those injuries. So that's been a big thing this entire year, as they've had some guys go down. They've had to go into the bench for a lot of guys, and they got two new starters on the offensive line here tonight as well.
Yeah, and one of them being in the center position. That'll be snapping the ball tonight to Ezra Bajent for the most part, since he's the only one that we were told depth chart-wise will be the starting quarterback as he's been all season. I still expect to see Murphy Clement in at the quarterback spot here and there as well when they really want to just work inside that red zone and try to run the ball through instead of going with the air attack. But Will Bass will be tonight's center for Martinsburg, and I saw him when we came to practice yesterday and got the interview with head coach Sherman of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, and he seemed to be pretty consistent and somebody that will be reliable in that position today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Obviously, center, especially at the lower levels of football, once you get to the NFL, center typically isn't a problem. But we've seen teams like the Ravens over the last a couple of years have to sub in a new center, and they had snap problems like they had in that playoff game against the Buffalo Bills. So when you get down to the high school level, center is so key because you get guys who maybe they play offensive line, but they're not used to playing center, and having to snap that ball before you engage into the offensive line is a completely different ball game. So that's a whole different thing you got to worry about to get the ball to the quarterback, whether it's out of under center or if it's in the shotgun. So it's going to be a big task for Will Bass tonight. We'll see if he's up for the task.
We definitely will, Dylan, as Week 5 is finally upon us, and we want to give a huge shout out to Cracker Barrel, as the Martinsburg High School Bulldog football team, coaches, and boosters would like to thank Cracker Barrel in Martinsburg for providing all the meals for our 14 Thursday night team dinners this season. That's 120 meals per dinner, so thank you for supporting the Bulldogs. Cracker Barrel, as we will take our first break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you will get our check of the area schedule. Some pretty big games going on with EPAC teams tonight. You are tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the check of the area schedule, brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. The Musselman Applemen are now 6th in the state according to the WVSSAC Week 4 playoff rankings. Musselman is now 3-1 overall after a 30-26 win last week at Sherando. For the first time this season, Musselman is at home tonight as they host the number 2 team in the state, the Morgantown Mohegans. Appleman head coach Brian Thomas says he's ready for his team to play in front of their hometown faithful.
I think we'll have a really good crowd just because they're excited. Our community does a really good job of coming out and supporting us in South Berkeley, and I think we'll have a really good crowd out at the game. And, then on top of that, playing somebody who I believe I saw that they're number 2 in the SCCC standings this week. So, coming in with an undefeated team and a really good squad, going to be another big game for us. So I think we'll have a really good atmosphere for this one.
Jefferson was successful in getting back to 500 with a dominating 33-0 win against Spring Mills last week. The Cougars' expectations for this season continue to be high as they head into tonight's matchup with the North Hagerstown Hubs. Jefferson head coach Craig Hunter shared his scouting report on the Hubs and who they need to stop tonight to get the win.
Defensively, they play a 3-stack, which probably means they're going to get after us a little bit. So we've seen them blitz a little bit. They got some nice-sized guys, some speed, just making sure that we stay focused, attack what we need to attack, and exploit the weaknesses that we've seen on film. That's what we're going to try to do. Offensively, they got a nice little running back, a good slot receiver, and number 3 is a really good receiver. So it's making sure we wrap up the running back and make sure we know where number 3 is all the time when he's on the field.
It's a battle of the Patriots tonight as the Washington Patriots search for win number 1 of the season against the Parkview Patriots after Washington fell to the Independence Tigers last week 49-7. Washington head coach Glenn Simpson says tonight's game will be a fun one due to the styles of offense both teams run being the complete opposite of one another.
They like to throw the ball, man. They like to put the ball out there. They like to spread. They definitely use the entire width of the field, regardless of what hash they're on. They like to put receivers to the wide side of the field outside of the numbers, and they like to let it rip. So it's going to be an exciting challenge for us to cover that much width.
And lastly, Spring Mills has its bye week this week after a tough loss last week to Jefferson 33-0. The young Cardinals team is now 2-2 overall, and head coach of Spring Mills, Josh Sims, shared how they're approaching this week's bye week.
We kind of told our kids at the beginning of this week, we're not going to treat this as a bye week. We're going to treat this as a get better week. We've talked about it a lot this year. We're a very young team. We got 2 seniors contributing, a third if you add the kicker in there, so 3. So it's one of those things. We're in a development mindset. So, when we have these mistakes and, we have these tough games, we got to approach it through the right lens and work on developing on, what we need to work on. And this week right now for us, the big thing is sustaining blocks, getting some drive as well. Once again, we're a young team. We got guys going both ways, so we got to make sure, we get our conditioning in and stay in shape on the off week.
That was your check of the area schedule brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. Once again, our matchup tonight is Hedgesville at Martinsburg. We will continue to preview this matchup coming up next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldogs football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg. Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth. It's Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop again. Our crew tonight is Donna Schaffner, Braden Schaffner, Caden Kemp, Spencer Dupuis, Donald Kinney, and John Alderton as well. We get ready for Martinsburg and Hedgesville taking battle in Week 5 of West Virginia high school football, as we will now take a look at the visiting Hedgesville Eagles, a team coming into tonight's contest with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, and that 1 loss coming last week by a final score of 49-21 at home against Morgantown, who is currently second in the state according to the WVSS-AC Power Rankings. They take on Musselman tonight. Hedgesville 10th in the state, Dylan, and it's a team that has a couple injuries as well on their side, and the main one being Xavier Kirk, who will be a game-time decision. But we already saw Kyle Whaley, who was the starting running back at the beginning of the season. He has surgery, I think, either today or sometime this weekend, and we hope for a speedy recovery for him so that he can play collegiate football, as that is his hope after this senior season that unfortunately he was unable to play in because of that injury.
Yeah, it's really disappointing to hear that he's not able to get out on the field this year. But in terms of Hedgesville as a whole, I think it's safe to say they've been pretty much the most surprising team in the EPAC so far this year. That they've pretty much looked like the second best team in the conference behind Martinsburg. So they come in here ranked 10th in the state, and their one loss being to a team that, you can't really take, obviously if you're going to lose a game, you never want to lose a game, but if you're going to lose to anybody, the second best team in the state is nothing to get too upset about over for too long, because Morgantown is a really, really good team. So this is a team that really surprised us from the fact that they came out basically in an air raid to start the year. When we had that game against Washington, we kind of expected Hedgesville to be a team that was going to run the ball down your throat, because that's what they like to do. That's what they've been doing. But you see the senior quarterback, Rue West, coming to the year, and he's taken the load from, he's put this team on his back, really, and this is a high-powered passing offense now with wide receivers out wide like Tanner Matthew and DeMonte Martin and Xavier Kirk, who, we'll see if he ends up playing today. Like he said, just an actual legitimate game-time decision. And Braylon Connor as well. They've had to put in young running backs like Jake Young to carry the load at the running back position. And for them to have had such an impressive start to this year, obviously they had a big win against Washington after the last few years of not really being able to get much going against Washington, having those big losses to them. Then they came out that first game of the year and just, in the second half, poured on a bunch of points to win that game handily. So this Eagles team, they are going to be a good test for Martinsburg today to see, how well can they compete with this Martinsburg team. This is obviously, right now, Martinsburg is considered the 5th best team in the state, but it's only because they lost the game, and they lost it to a really good team, one of the best teams in the state of Virginia. That's really the only reason that they're ranked 5. The 4 teams above them are undefeated. They have 1 loss. If they didn't lose that game, they'd probably be considered still the number 1 team in the state.
I agree as well, and it'll be interesting to see how Hedgesville is able to do if Kirk is out, but they got a quarterback, and it's a pretty good one as well in Jackson Rue West, Dylan, a guy that we saw week 1 able to help propel the Eagles to a huge comeback as they were trailing Washington at the time 15-0. But they really trust him in that quarterback spot to be able to spread the ball around, and the offense has definitely changed from a hard-nosed rushing attack like everybody was used to for Hedgesville to now a air raid attack for the Eagles.
Right, and they have the wide receivers to run that kind of offense as well. We saw in that game that they were spreading around the ball to a lot of different guys, and a lot of that passing offensive production was short passes where you let the wide receivers kind of do their work after the catch and use their athleticism to make guys miss an open space and get down the field on their own. So sometimes it was just a screen pass, maybe behind the line of scrimmage, not even 5 yards down the field for Rue West. And it was guys like Tanner Matthew and DeMonte Martin and Kirk and Connor were all able to get down the field on their own against that Washington team. And they've been able to keep that up against the likes of Warren County and East Fairmont. And listen, losing by 4 touchdowns to Morgantown, there's a lot of teams that would lose by a lot more to Morgantown and will lose by more than 4 touchdowns to Morgantown this year. They're one of the, again, top 3 in the state, ranked number 2 right now. So for Hedgesville to keep up like that, I think it's really promising for their entire year in terms of what they can end up looking like at the end of the year record-wise.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as we quickly take a look at the rest of the schedule after tonight for Hedgesville. They will be at home next week against Spring Mills, who has its bye week this week. And then after that, at Musselman, we'll have that game as well, and that should be a very, very good contest if these two teams are able to continue the success that they've had so far this season. And after the game at Musselman, they have a very tough challenge at Fellowship Christian, followed by Jefferson at home, and then concluding the season against Hampshire at home. So this Hedgesville team, it's playoffs or bust. We've heard that plenty of times from head coach of the Eagles in Matt Faircloth, and right now they are on a pretty solid track, Dylan, to get to that position. But now we're going to take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you will hear from the head coach of the Hedgesville Eagles, Matt Faircloth. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the end zone, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road in Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons, joined by Hedgesville head coach Matt Faircloth. And Coach, last week you guys had Morgantown come in here as a big matchup for you all, and you were able to stick with a really good team through the middle of the third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, we left some points on the field. We felt like we left 21 points on the field. We missed 2 wide open receivers that would have been touchdowns if we would have connected. And then we had a drive. We had a 10-play drive where we were driving down the field, and then we had a bad snap. So for us, we know when you get in games like that, you can't have those little things happen. We got to make sure we execute on every play.
And as we talked to you earlier in the season, you said it's playoffs or bust, and you placed a really good team. That's, if you look at a top 4 team in the state, to know that you guys can play with them for a long time in a game. Does that make you feel comfortable going down the stretch of the season?
I'm gonna tell you, I know this team they've had me excited since the off season. Everybody's outside of Hedgesville football program, sometimes we sort of get doubted, and sometimes we don't have the biggest linemen, the best skill guys, but the one thing I can count on these kids doing is playing hard, and that's never going to be doubted here. but they're actually coming out and competing, and they want to win, and that's the new standard, win.
And this week, tough test when you face big EPAC game against Martinsburg. It's at their place this year. Last year, going back to that game, you held them to 21 points in the first half when they had been putting up a lot more points in the first half. What are you looking for from your team this year against them?
Get better each step of the way. For us, Morgantown was a really good football team, big up front, physical, ran the ball well, had athletes in space. For us, it's another opportunity to play a team that's, up there in the top tier and for a chance for us to get better. So for us, we're looking at going out and executing the little things and let's go out and compete, and at the end of the game, let's see where we're at.
And what's the game plan offensively?
Do the same thing we've been doing all season, and that's what we're going to be. We're not going to change who we are, because at the end of the day, you don't change who you are for one game just because they may match up a little different. You may scheme a little different. You may not call as many plays to a certain side of the field or whatnot, but for us, we're not going to change what we are.
Who has really been like some guy that surprised you how they've been able to perform so far? I know you had high expectations for this team, but who's a guy that's kind of surprised you?
Xavier Kirk's one. He wasn't a guy that was going to be a 2 for us until we put him in against Washington and he started executing. But he plays a lot of corner for us, so we're trying to save his legs when we can. But for him, coming out making plays, Braylon Connor. Braylon Connor is a baseball guy that decided to come out this year, and he's helping us tremendously. And Jake Young taking over for Whaley. That's big shoes to fill. And Jake's done really well. Had a really good game this past week. Had 92 yards rushing. It's one of them things. You got kids that are ready to go, young kids. They just need to step up when their time's called.
And that's kind of essentially your next man up mentality that you guys have. And we talked at the beginning of the season, Whaley's going to be a big key for your team. But now having younger guys step up, that's got to make you feel confident about how you've built your program.
Right. I mean, for us, it's these guys bought in from day one when we took this program over 2 years ago. They bought in and they trusted the process, and we always told them to trust the process. And now they're actually seeing the process unfold in front of them, and they're still showing up every day ready to work. And that's all we can ask for. Effort, attitude is the only things they can control, and they've been doing a great job at it all season.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time. We'll be back for more on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show next.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, skinnerfirm.com.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, Go Bulldogs.
30 seconds. You have Hudson ready within the next 2-3 minutes. Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show. Tonight's matchup is the Martinsburg Bulldogs taking on the Hedgesville Eagles. It's homecoming night for Martinsburg, as looks like, I think it was called the jailbreak uniforms is what I was told by our sideline reporter and Spencer Dupuis, who you'll hear from shortly. as he has a special guest down on the sideline. So let's send it down to him before we get ready and talk about Martinsburg. And it looks like Spencer is ready to go down on the sideline, so we'll send it to him with our special guest that we'll let him introduce.
Yeah, Colin, I'm down here with the 2021 West Virginia State Gatorade Player of the Year and former Martinsburg Bulldog, now West Virginia Mountaineer Hudson Clement. And Hudson, what's the kind of transition been like to college?
It's been a lot. It's been different, adapt to the speed and everything up there. But you get used to it. Been getting a lot stronger, faster. Just get used to how it is up there and at the different level. And being here though at Martinsburg, going through this program really helped me a lot to be prepared the most I could be to go up there. Martinsburg do a great job down here, and I think it really helped me be ready for college.
And last week you were able to dress in the first home game of the year versus Towson. What was the feeling like just to be able to get there, get on the sideline all dressed up?
That was really cool. I mean, first time putting on the jersey and being there with all the guys and being in pregame and everything. It's really cool. It's, high school, it gets active in high school. Lots of people here, but in college, it's a whole different atmosphere, and it was really cool to be a part of that.
And big win for the Mountaineers last night for you guys on national TV, going down, keeping the Black Diamond Trophy. Not sure if you get to travel, but, what's the mentality been like around this team after the last couple weeks?
We had a few rough losses, but this win was really big for us. It was a rough, few weeks, and then getting to this point and coming home, bringing that trophy home, it means a lot.
Final one, you're going to be joined by one of your former Martinsburg teammates next year in Cam Shallis. He was telling me that right after he got off the phone with Coach Brown that he called you.
Yeah, he did. That's a special thing. I mean, getting to play with Cam again, that would be really fun. I mean, he's working, doing his thing, and I can't wait to have him up here next year.
All right, Hudson, thanks for the time and best of luck at West Virginia.
Thank you.
Back to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer, and we'll have to see if Hudson's brother in Murphy is able to catch as many touchdowns as Hudson used to back last season, as Murphy will be a wide receiver. As if you're tuned in on TV 10 or on WRNR TV on YouTube right now, you can actually see him lined out there in the orange and gray uniforms. So that we get a look at the depleted wide receiver core to kind of just be honest. Unfortunately for Martinsburg, it's going to be the next man up mentality, and they have the depth, Dylan. It'll just be interesting to see if the chemistry is there for these wide receivers, since it's Murphy Clement's first time all year being in at wide receiver. We see Avion Blackwood in at the wide receiver spot as well. Malachi Williams, a guy that's been in and out of that wide receiver spot, we'll see tonight, and a guy that's currently lined up there warming up that I was not notified that could possibly be a wide receiver is Dominic Brinkley, who has been a linebacker predominantly for Martinsburg on the defensive side, but right now it looks like he's lined up here and there at that wide receiver spot too for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how things shake out tonight. Just how often do we see Murphy Clement at wide receiver? How often do they maybe bring him back? And at the traditional running back spot, like we saw him last week against Highland Springs, and then how many times do they bring him back over to quarterback and maybe, run that some of the more of that Wildcat style stuff that they have tended to do with him this year. So it's going to be really fascinating to watch because, some wide receivers have different skill sets than others. Like we see with Jameer Hunter, they like to send him deep down the field and throw those deep balls to him, whether it be a deep post towards the middle of the field or if it's just a go route straight. You just go straight down the field, what they call a 9 route. It's the number 9 in the route tree, what they do. You just go straight down the field. And, sometimes they like to throw screens to him too. So are they going to, who's the underneath guy, who's in the middle, who's the deep ball with all these new guys coming in. So it's going to be really fascinating.
It definitely will be, but I'll allow you if you have any final thoughts before we go to break to give them about Martinsburg, Dylan.
I want to see, this could be a game where we almost entirely see Ezra Bajan. I mean, he's not subbing out with Murphy Clement at quarterback. So This will be a big test for Ezra tonight, where he could be the quarterback almost the entire game instead of switching and sharing snaps.
Alrighty, we'll take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the other side of that break, you'll hear from head coach of the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Sherman, as well as Jackson Rue West from the Hedgesville Eagles, as unfortunately Martinsburg Bulldog player was not available to us this week for interviews. You are tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
WVU Heart and Vascular Institute offers world-class heart care close to home. Our board-certified physicians are performing groundbreaking procedures using cutting-edge techniques, and that's why we're expanding our services to every corner of our region, so you don't have to travel far to receive the great specialty care you deserve close to home. Now accepting new patients at all locations in Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Shepherdstown, Winchester, and at our newest office in Ranson. WVU Heart and Vascular Institute, world-class heart care close to home.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. We welcome you back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, as it's now time to go in the end zone, brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg off 1400 Shepherdstown Road, or visit them online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons. I'm now joined by Martinsburg head coach Sherman. And Coach Sherman, what were some takeaways from last week's game for your team?
Well, we just need to get better, and some effort areas, and mainly execution on offense. Defensively, we knew they were really good, and it was going to be hard to stop them the entire game. But we didn't help out any offensively for the defense to be able to stay off the field. So we're trying to clean some of that stuff up and just make sure that it doesn't happen anymore this season.
Unfortunately, it's been an injury-filled season for your team so far. Can you just update our viewers and listeners about any changes that have been made so far for your team throughout the season?
We're just going to play with the guys that are available, and we've had injury issues. We've also had some character issues, and it's just been to the point where, I think these guys were reading all these articles at the beginning of the year, and how all these guys have told them how great they are all year, and we're getting to the point now where it's affecting our team culture. And so, we're having some issues right now, but we have a great group, a core group of guys that are hungry and really love playing football, and those are the kinds of guys that we're trying to get on the field and just playing Bulldog football for us.
Special week this week for you guys, being homecoming week, and you finally not only get to honor the 2012 state championship team, but as well as the 2010 and 2011 teams too, for tonight's game against Hedgesville. Just get your thoughts about those 3 teams and how special they were.
Yeah, I'm talking about laying the foundation of the program, and we didn't get to celebrate 2010 and 2011, but that group is really special to me because of just the things that they did, and just breaking that barrier. A lot of people forget that we went to Wheeling 4 times and lost before we won any. And that 2010 team didn't have an easy road. There was a lawsuit involved, and ended up being able to go up there a week later and shut out Brooke and win 30-0, and that team started it all. And then that 2011 team was a very dominant team. They returned a lot of guys back that year, and those guys just did everything that they needed to do that season to continue the streak, and they were 28-0 those 2 years. And then this 2012 team was very talented as well, and a lot of people thought there was going to be a drop-off that year for us with a new quarterback and some new receivers, new guys up front, and those guys worked really hard, were hungry still, and did a great job coming into that season. And we did lose one game that season, and that was to Westminster, Maryland, and had a really good team and caught us on the road in a one-game series. And but we go 13-1 that year and dominate that championship game as well. Just it'll be exciting to see those guys and just be able to reunite with them. And I hope a lot of them get to show up and come to the game. And then tonight you guys take on Hedgesville. What have you seen from them this season? Well, they're much improved, and Coach Faircloth's been building. And the last couple of years we're young. Well, they're not young anymore. So offensively they only play a couple underclassmen, and they're senior heavy both sides of the ball, and so they'll come in, they'll be hungry, and just like everybody, we're going to get their best shot. What does your team need to execute to get a win offensively and defensively? We just need to, just like I said, clean up execution. Missed assignments, miscommunications, things like that. Just they can't happen. We talk about blocking and tackling and not making mistakes, and miscommunications and missed assignments are making mistakes and turning the ball over. We just can't do that stuff. All right, anything else, Coach? That's it. All right, thank you and good luck. That has been the In the End Zone segment brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. We'll continue the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. After this, you tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's time to go in the huddle, brought to you by the Marius Group at Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Call them at 304-263-4343 or stop by their offices at 1270 Winchester Avenue. We're joined by Hedgesville Eagles quarterback and I guess all-around playmaker Jackson Rue West. And what you guys have been able to do this year, opening up the offense and getting able to throw a lot more. How does that make you feel, knowing that you're a baseball guy, you like to throw it around, and coach has got the confidence in you?
Feels good. Just shows that all we did all summer's put together and started to work for us.
And so far this season, you guys have had a very good season, and you faced a tough team in Morgantown last week. How do you think that Morgantown team is going to help you prepare for this week against Martinsburg?
I just think they're a lot more physical, and I think we hung in with them first half, but after that, they kind of strung away from us. But just physical, and they got athletes too. Got to run with them, play with them, bang with them. It's gonna be tough.
And we talked with your coach, and he said you guys have had, some injuries, but specifically our running back, and it's been really a next man up mentality and performed pretty well.
Yeah. Running backs, we've kind of went through a lot actually. We had Kyle, and then we had Whitmore, and now we got Jake and Nick Young doing great for us. So I'm glad they're doing good.
And again, looking forward to this matchup. What do you see in this Martinsburg defense that you can attack as a quarterback?
Well, it all depends on what they show us, really. We think they're going to pack the box on us to bring pressure to the pass game, so a lot of quick game. A couple run plays will work for us here and there, but a lot of short screen game, short routes, stuff like that.
And one final question: what's your senior season been like so far?
It's been great. I've loved it. Coming out going 3-0, couldn't ask for a better year. Played a tough team Friday, but it happens to everyone.
No Martinsburg players were available for interviews this week, so that will conclude this segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. A perfect mix of white and dark meat for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market. Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. It's perfect for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Hedgesville Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Hedgesville Motor Company, so you should too.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor.
We will beat any and all competitors' prices. And we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
To Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium for tonight's matchup between the Hedgesville Eagles and your Martinsburg Bulldogs as the Martinsburg Marching Band takes the field. We'll get ready for the national anthem and keep it here for that, and after that we'll give you tonight's starting lineups, keys to the game, and tonight's officiating crew as well, as it's homecoming night for the Martinsburg Bulldogs, who come into this evening's contest with a record of 3-1, ranked 5th in the West Virginia SSAC Power Rankings. Hedgesville 3-1 as well, ranked 10th in those power rankings via the WVSSAC. As we wait for the PA announcer to conclude the introductions of the Martinsburg High School Marching Band, we will send it down for tonight's national anthem as they are lined up from the 40-yard line all the way almost to the 5-yard line on the right side of the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise for the playing of our national anthem, conducted by Martinsburg High School Director of Bands, Mrs. Casey Rogers Adams.
There's your national anthem as the Martinsburg High School Junior ROTC will march off the field as well at Coburn Field. Let's give you tonight's starting lineups, brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. Let's start off defensively for the Hedgesville Eagles. The defensive line starting, number 9, Darrell Johnson, number 55, Eli Faircloth, number 54, Connor Quinn, number 60, Josh Barrett. The linebackers for Hedgesville tonight are number 2, Tanner Matthew, number 7, Jake Young, number 22, Brenton Whitmore, number 8, Andy Darby. The corners are number 14, Zach Crosco, and number 12, Hunter Turner, and your safety for the Hedgesville Eagles is number 1, DeMonte Martin. Offensively, Hedgesville starting lineup on the line is number 72, Drew Milton, number 54, Connor Quinn. At center, it's number 56, Nate Lamb. Your right guard is number 52, Levi Faircloth, and your right tackle is number 55, Eli Faircloth. The quarterback tonight for Hedgesville is number 10, Jackson Rue West. Running backs, number 7, Jake Young, and your Wide receivers are number 2, Tanner Matthew, number 13, Braylon Connor, number 12, Hunter Turner, and number 1, DeMonte Martin. For your Martinsburg Bulldogs defensively starting tonight, the defensive line is number 32, Eric King, number 50, Rashad Reed, number 56, Xerxes Yancey. Your linebackers are number 9, Cam Shallis, number 8, Jimmy Harden, number 14, Dominic Brinkley, as well as number 12, Braden Herring. Your safeties are number 2, Murphy Clement, and number 10, Jameer Hunter. And the corners are number 7, Avion Blackwood, and number 4, Buzz Dover. Offensively, in at quarterback for your Martinsburg Bulldogs is number 13, Ezra Bajent. In the backfield alongside of him in the running back slot is number 5, Zion Grantham. The wide receivers tonight are number 4, Buzz Dover, number 2, Murphy Clement, number 7, Avion Blackwood, and number 10, Jameer Hunter, as the Bulldogs take the field through the tunnel with the orange smoke in your orange and gray uniforms as well. The line is number 54, Peyton Kaufman, number 79, Brady Breeden, number 58, Will Bass, number 50, Rashad Reed, and number 77, Wes Hancock. Those are your starting lineups. Let's now send it down to Spencer Dupuis with tonight's officiating crew. Spencer.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, the ref tonight is Mitch Shaw. The ump is Deke Walker. Jason Smith. Jeff King is the line judge. The back judge is James Watts. Send it back up to you as we've got a special special coin toss as Hedgesville sends one guy out.
That is correct, as the lone captain for Hedgesville in the white and gold is number 5, Ian Wolf. And the reason why Hedgesville is only sending Wolf out as the captain tonight is because his uncle is the recently deceased, unfortunately, Martinsburg Bulldog baseball assistant coach, Brett Twigg. So they are doing a special moment for Wolf on tonight's game against Martinsburg, letting him be the lone captain. The captains for Martinsburg is Zion Grantham, Avion Blackwood, Jimmy Harden, and Cam Shallis. Also, your intro to game officials are brought to you by Brown Funeral Homes and Cremation, Robert Field and Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. We'll take a 1-minute break now to get in our sponsor video and then be back for kickoff. You are tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Madchen Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
And it will be 1st and 10, Hedgesville at the, looks like, 26-yard line. Your opening kickoff brought to you by Orris Farm Market, family-owned, family-grown. Happiness grows here at Orris Farm Market, located at 682 Orr Drive in Martinsburg. Hedgesville with the ball first as Jackson Rue West in at quarterback. He's all by himself in the backfield. 4 wide receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Hedgesville. 1st and 10 ball on the 27-yard line for the first play of scrimmage in this first quarter. between Hedgesville and Martinsburg. West drops back the pass, looks to the near side, throws it up, and making the catch is DeMonte Martin at the 48-yard line. He was able to keep both feet in bounds, so that would have been a great catch in the NFL as well. First play, a big one, as it goes for 21 yards. 1st and 10, Hedgesville.
Wow, that was really impressive play there from to get that sideline juggling act there as some acrobatics there to stay in bounds.
Ball on the 48-yard line. Rue West with Martinelli behind him in the backfield. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Low snap, Rue West bobbles it, keeps it himself, tries to stiff arm Herring, but will be sacked for a loss by Dominic Brinkley. A loss of 3 on the play will bring up 2nd down as the ball now on the 45-yard line.
I mean, that play was pretty much over before it started. He started off with that snap that didn't really go their way, and then the play just kind of broke down. It was broken at that point.
Looks like they dropped him back another 2 yards, even though the FAR official said it was at the 45. The ball's now at the 43, so a loss of 5 on the play will make it 2nd and 15 for Hedgesville. It is Young, the running back to the left side of Jackson Rue West. 3 to the far, 1 to the near, receiver wise. Rue West drops back the pass, looks to the far side, chucks it deep down the middle of the field, reaching up for it with one hand, trying to make the catch is Tanner Matthew, but it falls incomplete as Murphy Clement in to break up the pass to bring up 3rd and 15.
Well, we knew that Hedgesville was going to air things out like they have this entire year, and they are going deep immediately in this game. So it's going to be, especially with a bit of a depleted secondary from Martinsburg not having all of their starters out there, it's going to be a little bit of a tough task. Guys have more on their plate than they're used to.
11:05 to go in the first quarter. We're still scoreless. It's 3rd and 15, ball on the 43-yard line for Hedgesville as Matt Faircloth gives the play out to his offense. Lined up in shotgun formation to Rue West. Young to his left. Trips to the far side. 1 receiver to the near. Rue West takes the snap, drops back, rolls out to his left, chucks it deep, looking for his intended receiver downfield, and it's picked off by Avion Blackwood. And Blackwood immediately tackled by Tanner Matthew on the far side around the 20-yard line, but a flag is thrown. And we'll have to wait and see if it's a pass interference call against Avion Blackwood, keeping the possession for Hedgesville, and it looks like, to the applause of the Hedgesville faithful on the far side of the field, that's exactly what this is, and it's a 15-yard penalty, so that should exactly give Hedgesville a 1st down on the 15.
Yeah, Blackwood just got essentially in the way, impeded the path of Tanner Matthew there from getting to the ball and got in the way, and he was able to. It was an impressive catch by Blackwood to make the interception itself, but he just sort of impeded the path of the wide receiver on play.
Yeah, he made a great catch, but let's see. They do officially make it a 1st and 10 for Hedgesville, as the ball now will be marked at Martinsburg's 43-yard line. And they move the ball from the left hash over to the right hash per Hedgesville's request. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side, which is DeMonte Martin for Rue West in the backfield at quarterback. To his left is the running back, Jake Young. Nate Lamb, the center, spots down. So does the rest of the line. The snap, hand off to Young, and Young will be swallowed up in the backfield by Chalice Harden as well as Wes Hancock for a loss of 1 on the play. Makes it 2nd and 11.
Well, we've seen all this year that the defensive front for the Bulldogs has been tough to get anything going against in the run game. And with how much the Eagles this year have relied on the pass, it's probably going to have to be that way again tonight.
Ball on the 42, 10 minutes, 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. We're still scoreless between Hedgesville and Martinsburg. Rue West, shotgun formation. Young to his left, dropping back the pass, looking to the far side, steps up. Hit as he throws downfield, and it's caught. Touchdown, Hedgesville. Tanner Matthew on the far side of the field breaks off Murphy Clement, makes the catch with 9:55 to go in the first. Hedgesville in the lead of Martinsburg, 6-0. A 42-yard touchdown pass, and Hedgesville's here to
he didn't know that the ball was coming in the way that it was. That was a tough adjustment by Tanner Matthew to be able to get that ball in. And Rue West put that in a place that only Matthew was going to be able to get that. It was either going to be incomplete or a catch. And Matthew made that big adjustment to get it in there and get into the end zone.
Low snap, and the extra point from Declan Hall is blocked by Eric King. So that'll keep the score at 6-0 Hedgesville with 9:55 to go in your first quarter. A 1-minute break. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market just 5 miles west of Martinsburg to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by friends of Jason Barrett.
As Declan Hall on to kickoff for Hedgesville as they lead 6-0 over Martinsburg. Short kick, Faircloth by Jimmy Harden. He bobbles it, and it's caught by Martinsburg off the chest of Jimmy Harden and into the hands of Braden Herring. Whew, that was a close one, Martinsburg fans. 1st and 10 Bulldogs is walking out to lead the offense is tonight's birthday boy, Ezra Bajent.
That was a fascinating kickoff there. I've never had to see that situation where someone makes a fair catch, it bobbles off of them, and someone else catches it.
Never seen a tip drill for a kickoff.
Right. And then now we know that the fair catch still counts.
And we were also informed from our sideline reporter, Spencer Dupuis, Musselman returned the opening kick. They lead Morgantown 7-0. Bajent gets the snap, jet sweep to the far side, goes Avion Blackwood, and he'll pick up 9 yards. A flag will be thrown. In to make the tackle was DeMonte Martin. We'll wait to see what the flag is as it's at the 46-yard line on Martinsburg's side in the area of a possible holding penalty during that jet sweep. Martinsburg's offense starts backing up, and it is a penalty on the Bulldogs.
Well, that's tough. That was a good first play to run. I would not have pegged a jet sweep handoff to Avion Blackwood as the first play of the game for Martinsburg. So it was a creative call there.
9:45 to go in the first. The clock starts winding down. It is Hedgesville 6, Martinsburg nothing after Hedgesville scored on the opening drive with a 42-yard touchdown pass. Martinsburg breaks the huddle. Three receivers, to the near side, one to the far for Bajent. Bajent takes the handoff, hands it off to Zion Grantham, and Grantham finds a hole to the right side of the hash marks, in between the hash marks and the numbers. They'll pick up a gain of 7 before being stopped just shy of the 50-yard line to bring up 2nd down and medium.
That was a big lane that opened up for Grantham to run through.
By the way, your scoring drive summary from earlier brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the card tax. Vote Jason Barrett for State Senate. Again, trips to the near side. One receiver to the far side for Martinsburg. 2nd down and 8. Bajent looks to the near side. It looked like it was supposed to be a wide receiver screen, but some miscommunication as the pass way behind the intended receiver, Murphy Clement, to bring up 3rd down and 8, as all 3 receivers were about 5 yards ahead of Bajent's pass.
Yeah, my guess there is one of them was supposed to be the receiver who came back for the screen, and they all 3 thought they were the ones blocking on the screen.
3rd and 8, ball on the 46 for Martinsburg. Martinsburg going with the dummy snap count, trying to make Hedgesville jump off sides, but nobody on the line of the Eagles moves. 7 seconds to go on the play clock. The snap back from Bass. Bajent steps up in the pocket, chucks it deep, and nobody is near it as it lands at the 20. And that'll bring up 4th down and 8, back-to-back miscommunication. And we mentioned during the pregame show, a lot of new wide receivers out there tonight for Martinsburg due to injuries of last week and throughout the entire season.
I think Ezra was just going for a deep ball there. I'm not sure. That could have even just been a type of a throwaway there. But all the receivers went short and he went deep.
Martinsburg, as they like to, and we've seen plenty of time this season, going for it on 4th down. 4th and 8, 8:36 to go in the first. Bagent shotgun formation, drops back, rolls to the near side, stays in the pocket, throws it to Blackwood, and it's tipped and intercepted by Tanner Matthew, and Matthew will be tackled at the 50 by Murphy Clements. And all the momentum, it seems like, on Hedgesville's side to start this one. 8:28 to go. It's 1st and 10 Eagles, all right on the 50-yard line after the tipped pass into the hands for the interception by Tanner Matthew.
There's a tough throw across the body there, and it hung up in the air just long enough that the DB was able to come down and interrupt that play, and it's bad luck for the ball to bounce up in the air like that.
Blackwood was in front of him, but Matthew was able to just get a hand in there. Matthew with the interception. Now one of the 3 wide receivers to the far side for Hedgesville. The lone one to the near side is DeMonte Martin. Rue West in the backfield and at quarterback. To his right is Jake Young. West gets the snap. Screen pass to the far side. It's caught going to the outside now. Is the receiver. He'll pick up 5 yards. Making the catch was Braylon Connor. Connor will pick up 4 yards. They mark him. Nope, I was correct. It is a 5-yard completion. The 45-yard line.
That's what we've seen from Hedgesville. They like to get those quick passes out, and I like this, getting Rue West in a rhythm. Easy passes.
Under 8 minutes to go in the first. Some substitutions being made on both sides. Matt Faircloth calling out the play to his receivers. It's trips to the near side, one receiver to the far side this time. Pistol formation for Hedgesville. West in shotgun formation, fakes the handoff. Instead, actually does hand it off to Jake Young, but Young unable to find a hole and won't pick up any yards. Bring up 3rd down and 5. Now, it looked like it was going to be a read option, and right at the very last second, West did decide to keep it in the gut of Jake Young.
You got to keep the Martinsburg defense honest, but I don't see this run game working out very well for Hedgesville tonight. They're going to need to pass the ball a lot.
3rd down and 5 to go for Hedgesville in its 2nd drive of the first quarter. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Hedgesville still trying to get the call. West in shotgun formation, Young to his right. 2 seconds to snap. In time, dropping back the pass. Bull rush. The pass is caught on the near side by Hunter Turner at the right hash marks, but he will be a yard shy of the 1st down marker. They say he was stopped at, looks like actually the 43, so it'll be 2 yards shy.
That was a late flag that came in there.
The flag at the 50-yard line. Hedgesville, it looks like, knows it's on them as they've already backed up to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, it came in a little late, but it was in the place that you would normally expect a holding call. It looks like that's what it is.
As they back up Hedgesville to the 40-yard line, that'll make it a 3rd down and 20 for the Eagles.
That's tough. I think that's a 15-yard penalty rather than a 10.
No, it was at the 50.
Well, there you go.
6:16 to go. Clock winding down, as well as the play clock, which sits at 15 seconds. It is 3rd down and 20. Ball on the 40-yard line of Hedgesville. Twins to each side, receiver-wise. Rue West sends Young out to the far side as well. He drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, heads as he throws, finds the receiver open in the middle of the field, and it's caught by Martin, and he's a yard ahead of the 1st down marker. Hedgesville gets the 1st down on 3rd and 20. A gain of 24 yards puts the ball on Martinsburg's 36-yard line with 5:50 to go in the first quarter.
It's great composure there by Rue West to hang in while the pressure was coming. Just a good catch by Martin as well.
5:38 to go. Hedgesville with the ball up 6-0 against Martinsburg in this first quarter of play from Coburn Field. 3 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side for Hedgesville. Direct snap. Rue West keeps it himself. Tries to go up the middle, instead pushes off one of his linemen, cuts to the left side. Will only pick up about a yard or so to bring up 2nd down and 9.
So this is the part of the game still where you're probably scripting your plays. Most coaches script their first 10 to 15 offensive plays. That's the kind of play that you run to keep a defense honest, tell them, hey, you might see this later in the game. But then you come later in the game and maybe you give them the same formational look, but you go to something different.
4:53 to go. The play clock at 15 seconds. Jackson Rue West gets the play call from Matt Faircloth on the far side of the field, now giving it to his receivers. 3 to the near side, 2 to the far side again. Nobody in the backfield other than Rue West. Rue West drops back to pass, fields the pressure, chucks it to the far side, over the head and incomplete of the intended receiver as it goes out of bounds. Trying to see exactly who it was intended for on that far side. But it'll bring up 3rd down and 8, and I believe that pass was intended for Hunter Turner.
There's the old adage that everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Hedgesville is running off of their plan right now. I think it's going to be really interesting to see once we get past these first couple offensive possessions, does Hedgesville keep this kind of momentum that they've had so far, being able to move the ball?
3rd down and 8. Ball on the 34-yard line, or West. Play action pass, quick slant off the hands of Martin and incomplete. And that'll bring up 4th down. We'll quickly give you our first quarter sponsors tonight, as we're brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com, as well as Sutton and Janelle, attorney at law, a full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street, Martinsburg. Go to SuttonandJanelle.com. 4th and 8, ball on the 34-yard line for Hedgesville, and the Eagles are going for it with 4:31 to go in the first, leading Martinsburg 6-0. West will pooch punt it. Might have been tipped as it goes to the left side and into the end zone for a touchback. That'll give Martinsburg the ball at the 20-yard line for the Bulldogs. Ezra Bajan in the offense marches back onto the field for the 2nd time tonight.
I wouldn't have minded if Hedgesville went for it right there, even though it's 8 yards. It's a tough play to make. You're passing the ball. It's easier to get those big chunk yardage through passing. And that touchback there only nets you 14 yards as opposed to if you went for it on got an incomplete pass.
1st and 10, 4:26 to go in the first. Bajent drops back the pass. Wide receiver screen to the near side, caught by Dover. Jukes past Jake Long, finds a hole up the middle. Will be brought down across the 45, just shy of the 40. It's 1st down Martinsburg as Buzz Dover with the completion on the first play this drive. In to make the tackle was DeMonte Martin. Ball marked at the 37-yard line.
I like that play call there. Get it to Dover early on.
Clement now in at quarterback. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near, and the 1 in the middle on the far side of the field is quarterback Ezra Bajan. Read option. Clement up the middle. Will pick up a gain of 5 as he was tackled by Faircloth. Bring up 2nd and medium, but a flag thrown towards the left hash marks, just shy of the 45 at the 44-yard line. We have a face mask against Hedgesville. And that'll put Martinsburg in Hedgesville territory after the flag.
I think we knew that we were going to see Murphy Clement in at quarterback, probably at least a little bit, even though he's listed on the depth chart as a wide receiver.
The flag was at the 44-yard line. The ball, though, is now only on the 49-yard line, so I guess it was only a 5-yard penalty. My apologies. But it's 1st and 10 Martinsburg. 3:38 to go. Clock winding down in this first quarter. It's Hedgesville 6, Martinsburg nothing. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side still. Bajent hands it off to Grantham. Grantham goes to the right side of the line across the 50-yard line before being brought down by 4 Hedgesville Eagles. Gain of 3, as they say, got across the 50 and was stopped at the 49 9.5-yard line.
Grantham is the shifty guy in the backfield. I like that they're kind of using him as their starter tonight. Obviously, we'll probably see a little bit of A.J. Harrison as well.
But again, some more trickery as Agent goes back out at a wide receiver spot to the near side alongside Jameer Hunter, to the far side for Murphy Clement. Clement takes the snap, goes up the middle, finds a hole, slips past one tackler, but eventually is tripped up by DeMonte Martin, but it's enough for another Martinsburg first down as they mark the ball at the 41-yard line, so a gain of 8 on the play to make it 1st and 10 Bulldogs.
Obviously, if it were me, I'd be using these plays with Ezra Bajan out wide at wide receiver to set up a trick play later in the game.
He's back at the quarterback spot. Sends Clement in motion. It's a jet sweep to the far side. Clement with the ball. Has some space. Goes farther down the sideline and will step across the 30-yard line and go out of bounds. It's a 12-yard gain. Another Martinsburg first down.
I like getting the ball in Clement's hands that way because it changes things up from how they usually run the ball with Clement. A lot of times it's just QB direct snaps, almost like a wildcat formation. That gets him side to side. He can use his speed to get out laterally.
1st and 10, ball on the 29-yard line for Martinsburg. Bajan drops back the pass, wide receiver screen, caught by Clement on the near side. He has blockers ahead of him at the 20-10. Nobody's going to touch him. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 2:12 to go. It's now Martinsburg 6, Hedgesville 6 on the 28-yard touchdown pass from Bajan to Clement via a wide receiver screen. And that was all thanks to some great blocking, especially by Buzz Dover on the near side, really driving his corner all the way down that sideline into the end zone even before Clement got there.
We just saw in those last two plays, when your best athlete on the field is a wide receiver, how do you most easily get him the ball, let him make a play? A jet sweep and a screen pass. We saw that 2 plays in a row.
Terwilliger's extra point through the uprights and good. So with 2:12 to go in your first quarter, it's now Martinsburg 7, Hedgesville 6. A 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclusive SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, 2:12 to go in your first quarter, and Brett Terwilliger on to kick off for Martinsburg as they lead 7-6. His kick goes deep and caught right on the goal line for Hedgesville, and it's caught by Johnson. Goes about to the 10, across the 10, be tackled by Herring. Bring up first down for Hedgesville. They spot the ball at the 15-yard line for the Eagles.
This drive will be the real test of Hedgesville here because they had momentum going and they're kind of their scripted plays. Now you might be off of your script now. You're starting to get 10, 15 plays into the game.
My apologies. That was Hunter Turner in on the return. Rue West in the backfield. Two receivers to the near side, more towards the tight end spot in at the midfield. Long line up to the left. Read option, Rue West keeps it himself, has Long to try to block in front of him, but it'll be tackled for a gain of 1 yard. As in making the tackle for Martinsburg, number 55 for the Bulldogs, Jaden Kidrick, brings up 2nd and 9 with 1:45 to go in the first. 5 wide for Hedgesville now with the 2nd and 9 ball on the 16-yard line. It's 3 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side for Hedgesville. So Rue West gets the play call, gives it to his receivers on each side. Under 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Rue West sets, gets the snap, drops back, looks to the far side of the field. It's a wide receiver screen, but nobody blocking, and it'll be a loss of 2 on the play. In making the tackle for Martinsburg was Ken Von Williams. As it was DeMonte Martin with the catch.
So not only is this drive a test of what you do once you're off your scripted plays, if you give the ball back here with no points, Martinsburg has shown they can go down the field and score quickly and put you down 14-6 like nothing.
3rd down for Hedgesville. A little bit of noise picking up from the Martinsburg crowd below us. It's 3rd and 10. 7 seconds to go on the play clock. 5 seconds now. The play still being called, and Matt Faircloth will have to call a timeout with 33 seconds. It is 7-6. Martinsburg in the lead of Hedgesville, but we'll keep it here as it's been a pretty entertaining and pretty quick first quarter as well, Dylan. Hedgesville was able to strike first, and just last drive, Martinsburg was able to respond.
Yeah, on that last drive for Hedgesville that didn't end any points, ended in a punt, they still looked impressive. The only reason that they didn't end up getting a first down into about the 30-some yard line close to the red zone was a drop. I mean, it was, the pass was just a little high for DeMonte Martin to be able to bring in. Rue West could have brought it down to the chest instead of about the head level, but he could have. It was a catchable pass. He was open, and that could have kept the drive going and maybe gotten him into a field goal situation, or they could have gotten another touchdown up on the board. And just a little mistake like that can throw you off, and then all of a sudden you can get behind the ball very quickly on a team as talented as Martinsburg.
A guy we mentioned in the pregame show that was a game-time decision for Hedgesville, Xavier Kirk, is now in at wide receiver on the near side of the field in that slot position. 3rd down, 10 to go. Ball on the 15-yard line for Hedgesville. Rue West drops back the pass. Looks downfield, steps up, chucks it deep towards the middle, and over the head of his receiver, Tanner Matthew, almost intercepted by Murphy Clement. Matthew may or may not have got a hand on it. I think he did, and that's probably why Clement was unable to pick the ball off after both went up for it, but that'll bring up 4th down for Hedgesville.
For most quarterbacks, that's not a across-your-body throw, but for a lefty like Rue West, it is, and that is a tough throw to make accurately, and it was just a little too high. He had to put a lot on that to get it there. It was hard for him to do and finesse that one.
The offense still out for Hedgesville, but we've seen Rue West punt, and he does so with Hunter back to return for Martinsburg. The ball will bounce at the 50-yard line on the far side of the field and roll about 6 more yards before going out at Martinsburg's 44-yard line, making the 45-yard line. So with 17 seconds left in the first, Martinsburg gets the ball back up 7-6 over Hedgesville in the first quarter.
I've liked the play calling on the Martinsburg side so far. They've had to get creative with these new lineups that they have, and I think it's worked so far for sure.
A 40-yard punt by Jackson Rue West from shotgun formation, not even punt formation on the pooch kick. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side for Martinsburg. And it's a handoff from Bajent. Up the middle goes Grantham. He'll pick up 5 yards to bring up 2nd and 5. And that'll be the final play of the first quarter from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. The clock hits 0. It is Martinsburg 7, Hedgesville 6. We'll take a 1-minute break and then be back for your second quarter. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
For the second quarter between Martinsburg and Hedgesville, as Martinsburg leads 7-6. It is second down and 5 for the Bulldogs offense. They now go from left to right. Ball on the 50-yard line. Shotgun formation. Bajan drops back the pass, steps up in the pocket, chucks it deep for Buzz Dover, and off his hands and incomplete on the near side at the 15-yard line. He had a step as he was double-teamed, but was unable to make the catch. Brings up third down and 5.
Man, that was an impressive throw. It was just barely off the fingertips. You can't get it much closer than that.
11:54 to go in the second quarter. Martinsburg will bring out the heavy package as Cam Shallis goes out at the tight end spot. Two receivers to the near side is Buzz Dover and Avion Blackwood. One to the far side's Jameer Hunter. A.J. Harrison, the running back, to the left side of Bajent. In the tight end slot is Shallis. The handoff to Harrison. Harrison finds a hole. The ball's out, bouncing at the 35-yard line and picked up by Hedgesville's Tanner Matthew. But a whistle's blown as they rule him down. Hedgesville not happy with it, and they'll say he was down, and they spot the ball at the 45-yard line of Hedgesville, and instead it's a Martinsburg Bulldog first down.
Watching that play live, it seemed like he was down. Obviously, Hedgesville doesn't seem to think so.
Same formation as last play for the Bulldogs. Hand off again to Harrison. Inside zone, he cuts to the outside, tries to go down the sideline, and being dragged is Tanner Matthew, who finally is able to get Harrison out of bounds, but it's another Bulldogs first down as it's a almost 20-yard gain. Looks like maybe about 15 yards or so, makes it first and 10. Ball on the 28-yard line with 11:30 to go in the second.
Only 2 carries into the game, and this is the most impressive A.J. Harrison has looked all season. You're running with some real passion there.
Bajent, shotgun formation, play action pass, looks to the far side. Caught by Hunter in the air. He lands and is immediately wrapped up and tackled for a 6-yard gain by Kirk. Brings up second down. What a job by Jameer Hunter, able to keep control as he was hovering in midair to make that catch and tried to get past Kirk, but Kirk was able to make the stop.
Yeah, that was a good adjustment. A slant route like that is normally meant to be caught on the run so you can continue up the field. But that was a good job to stop and jump up for that one.
Two receivers near side, one to the far. Bajent drops back the pass. Wide receiver screen to the near side. Caught by Dover. Goes to the outside and into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. Another wide receiver screen. It's 10:45 to go in the second. The Bulldogs now lead 13-6 over Hedgesville.
There is just so much speed on the outside. Even with all these injuries, still so much speed on the outside for Martinsburg with Clement and Dover, Grantham, Harrison, and Hunter. I mean, it's tough to beat this team when you get those playmakers out in space.
The second touchdown pass for the birthday boy in Ezra Bajent, and it's a fake extra point. Hunter finds an open receiver for the two-point conversion on the near side into the hands of Houston, and good. That'll make it Martinsburg 15, Hedgesville 6 with 10:45 to go in the second. A 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
We welcome you back. Martinsburg now leads Hedgesville 15-6 after a screen pass to Buzz Dover from Ezra Bajent for the second Martinsburg touchdown of the evening. Brett Terwilliger on to kick off. It's a deep one into the night sky, and Hedgesville will allow it to just bounce out of the end zone for a touchback to make it 1st and 10 Hedgesville at the 20-yard line. Both touchdown passes, Dylan, have been off wide receiver screens. The first one went to Murphy Clement, and this past one has went to Buzz Dover.
Yeah, when you kind of have some turmoil on the offensive side, you could say, with these injuries that they've had, an easy way to make things less difficult on your quarterback is just allow him to make quick passes like that, screen passes, and then let the wide receivers do their work. And it's worked out so far because they have great athletes at wide receiver.
2 receivers to the far side, 2 more to the near side for Jackson Rue West in shotgun formation with Long lined up to his left side. Low snap. Rue West keeps it himself. Flag thrown and a sack for Martinsburg. In making the tackle is Herring and Brinkley, 2 guys that were not in the starting lineup at the start of the year but are making their names known in Week 5. Penalty marker with 10 minutes and 37 seconds to go in the second. We're waiting to see who they call the penalty on. The flag in the middle of the field at the 23-yard line. It looks like it's going against Hedgesville. And it is a holding penalty against the Eagles, but with the sack, we'll see if Martinsburg accepts the penalty or if they declined it. It looks like they did accept it to back up Hedgesville deep inside its own territory. The ball now at the 10-yard line for the Eagles. First down chain at the 30, so it's 1st and 20 Hedgesville after the holding penalty. 2 receivers to each side for Rue West. Jake Young lined up to the left side. Jackson Rue West, 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Rue West drops back to pass. Breaks past the tackler. He's in his end zone, rolls out to the left. Hit as he throws, chucks it deep towards the near sideline. Off the hands and incomplete. Pass intended for Braylon Connor. Rue West took a shot on that play. He seems to be a little shaken up, but it looks like he'll stay in there. Yancey and Reed, 2 guys that you don't want to be chased down by, were chasing him down that entire play.
No, that was a dangerous pass by Rue West. There really wasn't anyone open there, and that could have very easily been an interception.
And Connor was triple covered on the cross route.
Sure was.
10 minutes, 12 seconds to go. It's 15-6, Martinsburg over Hedgesville. 2nd down and 20. Ball still on the 10-yard line. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Hedgesville gets the play call in. It's 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. Still winding down. They have 2 timeouts. Let's see if they use one. They get the snap off. Rue West looks to the far side, over the head on the quick slant, intended for Tanner Matthew, and incomplete. It was a 10-yard slant route almost intercepted again as the pass sailed high.
One of the main things that the Bulldogs can do to throw Hedgesville off their game tonight is pressure. This is a team, obviously, that's going to throw the ball a lot. You have guys up front like Rajon Reed and Xerxes Yancey, who combined for 7 tackles for loss this year in 4 games.
3rd and 20, ball on the 10-yard line for Hedgesville. Rue West drops back the pass, pump fakes, looks across the middle, and it's picked off by Jameer Hunter. He breaks off a tackle, jukes at the right sideline, across at the 10, tries to cut inside, does so. He's still on his feet, into the end zone. Pick 6, Martinsburg. 9:53 to go. It is 21-6, but a flag thrown at the right hash marks at the 12-yard line, and that might bring back the pick 6. But what a play by Jameer Hunter.
Illegal block in the back on the return. That's tough because that was such an amazing return.
Easily the electrifying play of the game. It wouldn't have been close.
Absolutely. Even with the penalty.
It still might be. Yeah, we'll have to see. There's still a lot of time left, though. But it's still Martinsburg ball. It's a 1st and 10 Bulldogs. Ball on the 23-yard line. But man, oh man, does Jameer Hunter have moves. I think he's going to be having dance moves tomorrow at homecoming as well with feet like that.
It sure looked like he can. If he can't bust a move on the dance floor, I'll ask what's wrong with him.
Handoff from Bajan up the middle goes Grantham. He'll pick up 3 yards before being tackled by Faircloth. Makes it 2nd down. Ball on the 19-yard line, so a gain of 4 makes it 2nd and 6.
All right, this is really kind of the first time we're seeing Martinsburg in the red zone. There's typically a different set of play calling once you get down to this level of the field. All their touchdowns so far have been longer ones.
Martinsburg leads 15-6 over Hedgesville. Bajan, play action pass to the far side at the left hash marks. It's caught by Clement. It'll be a yard shy of the 1st down marker to bring up 3rd and 1. Ball on the 14-yard line. 9 minutes to go in your 2nd quarter of action between Martinsburg and Hedgesville.
Haven't seen a lot of 3rd down so far. And they're going with Murphy Clement.
Clement in with Grantham to his right. Hedgesville expecting a run play. Clement sends a man in motion, keeps it himself, goes up the middle, has a huge hole, jukes in, and walks his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 8:39 to go. It is now Martinsburg 21, Hedgesville 6. The 2nd touchdown of the evening for Murphy Clement.
It's funny, we can literally hear next door to us the Hedgesville coaches yelling out "run, run" as they see Murphy Clement line up and there's still nothing you can do about it because they have great athletes on this field.
Terwilliger's extra point is up and right down the middle of the uprights and good. 8:39 to go in the 2nd. It is now Martinsburg 22, Hedgesville 6. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
We welcome you back. Martinsburg in the lead over Hedgesville by a score of 22-6 after Murphy Clement keeps it himself, goes up the middle for his 2nd touchdown of the night. Brett Terwilliger for Martinsburg to kick off, and it's an onside kick from the 40. It goes 10 yards, and Martinsburg recovers it into the hands of Braden Mott. And the Bulldogs get the ball right back on the successful onside kick. And they'll mark it at Hedgesville's 44-yard line. So great field position for the Bulldogs, too. 1st and 10, Martinsburg. Hedgesville had the momentum to start. They scored first, but it's been 22 unanswered from Martinsburg since then.
It just goes to show you a team with this much talent on it and this well coached, it doesn't take much of a slip up for them to get right back in the driver's seat.
Houston and King in the backfield alongside Bajent. The handoff to King. He has a blocker ahead of him and powers his way through a tackle, but eventually Braylon Connor able to wrap up the legs of the powerful Eric King. But it's a 9-yard gain. Ball at the 35-yard line to make it 2nd and 1 with 8:15 to go in the second quarter. Martinsburg breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. It is Houston in at fullback, King in at running back. Handed off from Bajent to Houston, and Houston stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Loss of a 1 yard, and in making the stop for Hedgesville was Drew Milton. Bring up 3rd and 2.
The way they ran that play there, it looked like it could have been a triple option situation there. I wouldn't doubt if they go back to that formation. Later on, you might see a situation where Bajent pulls it out, doesn't hand it off to Houston, and we get a run out with him, potentially pitching it to King.
Where they're back in that exact formation. Bajent hands it off to King. King has enough for a first down. Bounces to the outside. Stiffs arms his defender, and that defender eventually able to push King out of bounds, which was Tanner Matthew. They'll mark him at the 25-yard line. It's enough for a Martinsburg first down.
This offensive line, even though it has 2 new starters on it, is opening up incredible lanes to run through for all of these running backs. And once you get Eric King running down the field, that is a freight train to have to try to take down.
1st and 10, Martinsburg ball on Hedgesville's 25. Bajent drops back the pass, looks to the far side, chucks it deep towards the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown, Martinsburg. It is 7:19 to go. The Bulldogs now lead 28-6 on the 25-yard touchdown pass by Ezra Bajent into the hands of none other than number 4, Buzz Dover. His 2nd touchdown of the evening as well. So 2 by Dover, 2 by Clement. It is 28-6 with Brett Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point.
He just threw that one up. It's a classic 50-50 ball, and I think the DB for Hedgesville thought might have got away with something there, but I think he just fell down.
The extra point is up, and it's good. 7:19 to go in the second. It is now Martinsburg 29, Hedgesville 6. We'll keep it here as Martinsburg has really put its foot on the gas pedal so far. 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Dover, 1 to Clement by Ezra Bajent, and then the 1 touchdown run by Murphy Clement as well. That drive only going, 3 plays? And that scoring drive summary brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate.
That was a quick drive there. And I mean, Martinsburg can just pour points on you. If you don't have the horses, if you don't have the same level of athletes and just the size up front that they have, I mean, you're dealt the hand that you have. You only have people from your school to go off of. So a team like Martinsburg is just so tough to deal with.
Terwilliger on to kick off. He elects to kick it deep, and this one going into the back of the end zone for a touchback. So Hedgesville will get the ball at its 20-yard line yet again as they trail 29-6 with 7:19 to go in the second quarter. And your second quarter presented on TV 10 by Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg, your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Phone 304-263-3361, as well as Parsons Ford of Martinsburg off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons. Hedgesville breaks the huddle. They decide to put the ball on the right hash mark. First down and 10 to go for the Eagles. Ball on the 20-yard line after the touchback from Brett Terwilliger's kickoff. It's Rue West in at quarterback. Young to his right side. Trips to the near side, one to the far side. West hands it off to Young. Inside zone, up the middle for a 4-yard gain before being tackled by Cam Shallis. Brings up second down with 7 minutes to go.
I think the pressure has really gotten to Hedgesville so far. Rue West has had to run around, hasn't always had a lot of time to throw, and that's just a result of this Bulldogs defensive line.
And only give them 3 yards, so it's 2nd and 7. Ball on the 23-yard line for Hedgesville. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 wide receiver to the far side. Rue West in shotgun formation. Young to his right side. Low snap, but a whistle blown before the snap. And a flag towards the near side. And it's an illegal motion penalty on Hedgesville. That'll back them up 5 yards. And it will bring up a 2nd and 12 as the ball will be placed at the 18-yard line of Hedgesville with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go in your second quarter of play. Pretty good crowd on hand tonight on both sides as it's homecoming night tonight for Martinsburg. They're also at halftime honoring the 2010, 2011, and 2012 state championship teams. 2nd down and 12. Rue West, pistol formation, play action, and quick slant intended for Connor, who's in and out of his hands and incomplete to bring up 3rd and 12.
Man, it's just so tough for Hedgesville. This Bulldogs defense, athletes everywhere, strong up front. Yancey and Reed, this entire season, have been a lot to handle for every offensive line. They have 4 sacks total, 2 each. And Rashawn Reed with 5.5 tackles for loss through these 4 games.
But after the first drive that was almost picture perfect for Hedgesville, been a lot of drops so far, unfortunately, by these receivers. 3rd and 12, ball on the 16. Arrest. Screen pass to the near side. It's caught by Tanner Matthew. Matthew spins off a tackle, will be pushed back. And he only picks up maybe half a yard, bring up 4th down.
See, at this point in the game, I think you would already start considering going for it on these kinds of 4th downs, down by this much. But this field position is just your 4th and 10. You would give the ball back to Martinsburg in the red zone. That'd be just a little too much.
So 4th and 10. They said forward progress was a gain for Matthew of 4 yards.
They have Jameer Hunter back deep.
Ball spotted at the 20-yard line. West, low snap, rolls out to his right, and the punt is blocked. Falling on top of it is Hedgesville, but it's a turnover on downs to get the ball back to Martinsburg, as in falling on top of it was number 55, Eli Faircloth.
Well, if that was going to be how your pooch punt attempt went, then I guess you might as well have went for it, because I mean Martinsburg saw the pooch punt coming and adjusted their defensive front to kind of send that blitz off the edge, but Hedgesville didn't really have the blocking there for Rue West to get off the punt.
5 minutes, 24 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 29, Hedgesville 6, and we have a timeout, so we'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School Football, Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
1st and 10, ball on the 16-yard line for Martinsburg. Bagent drops back the pass, looks to the near side. Wide open in the end zone is Avion Blackwood, but it goes off his hands and incomplete. It looked like was going to be a very easy touchdown, but the pass just overthrown. Brings up 2nd and 10 with 5:19 to go in the second quarter. It's still Martinsburg 29, Hedgesville 6. But Martinsburg's offense has really found its groove so far in this first half. 2 receivers to each side for Bagent. Grantham to his left. High snap, handoff to Grantham. Grantham tries to find a hole, but is tripped up on the right side. Gains 5 yards, brings up 3rd down and medium. In making the tackle was Hunter Turner.
Let's see here. They've been going to Murphy Clement in these packages here in the red zone. I wonder, it doesn't look like they're going to go back to it to let Bagent continue to air the ball out, what it seems.
3rd down and 7. Ball on Hedgesville's 13-yard line. 4:44 to go. Clock winding down in the second quarter. Bagent, shotgun formation, play action pass, wide receiver screen to the near side, caught by Dover, and he goes untouched into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 4:34 to go. It is now Martinsburg 34, Hedgesville 6. The 3rd touchdown reception for Buzz Dover.
Hedgesville really just can't seem to tackle Dover. And when he gets the ball out in the space there, he's had 4 catches and 3 of them have gone for touchdowns, all over 10 yards, 22, 25, and 13.
Terwilliger on to attempt the PAT, and the ball never snapped, but a lot of movement up front for Hedgesville, who says that somebody from Martinsburg jumped first, but I didn't see it from up here. It is tough to tell, though. Wait to see what the official ruling is. And Martinsburg thinks it's against Hedgesville, so they're going to bring the offense out for a 2-point conversion. So we see Murphy Clement and Eric King as well as Nook Houston on the field, but instead it's a false start. So all 3 of those guys that I just mentioned come back out, and the extra point unit will stay on the field.
Well, I guess it was worth a shot, but a false start threw things for a loop. Now they changed course.
So it's now a 25-yard PAT for Brett Terwilliger. Jameer Hunter on the hold. The kick is up, and it's good. The PAT makes it 36-6. Martinsburg leads Hedgesville with 4:34 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
WVU Medicine is excited for the return of the Bob Bariner 5K Apple Trample this year at the Mountain State Apple Harvest Festival. This is a great event for runners, walkers, and families to enjoy. To register for this annual event, please go online to the festival website at msahf.com for the link to the Apple Trample and sign up today. Registration is $35 now through October 1st. Be a part of this community tradition. Sign up today for the 5K Apple Trample at msahf.com.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
36-6, Martinsburg onside kicks, and it's a high bounce to the near sideline, and in and out of the hands, and out of bounds goes the kick. Martinsburg, Cam Shallis almost able to recover it, but it'll be 1st and 10, Hedgesville. They spot the ball at the 40-yard line of the Eagles with 4:32 to go in your second quarter.
So wondering what Hedgesville, when they get their backs up against the wall like this, what is their go-to play calls here? Is it more wide receiver screens? Is it more of trying to air it out deep? Is it more runs with Rue West? Because Rue West has been really the key to their running game so far this year with his mobility.
So we wait for the officials to kind of talk amongst one another about what just happened. I want to give a huge shout out again to our crew tonight, and Donna Schaffner being our executive producer, Nick Verzolini back at the studio, because I've been forgetting to shout him out as well. You're hear from him at halftime, as it looks like they're calling an illegal procedure against Martinsburg, as nobody touched the ball before it went out of bounds. So the ball now at the 45, but our cameraman, Donald Kinney, who will miss being our camera guy tomorrow as he has a concert with his band Pocket Deep. We wish him best of luck in that, as well as John Alderton, Braden Schaffner, and Caden Kemp. 1st and 10, low snap to Rue West. He tries to hand the ball off to Young, but Young was already going upfield, so Rue West is sacked on the play by Eric King, Wes Hancock, and a few other Bulldogs, and that puts the ball at the 40-yard line to bring up 2nd and 15.
This is the last team that you can afford to have some snap malfunctions or miscommunication in the backfield against. Young was already going up the field. It took away any opportunity for any sort of handoff there.
2nd and 15, under 4 to go. West drops back the pass, looks to the far side, drag route, and it's tipped around and eventually caught on the far side of the field for a gain of 5. In to make the catch was Braylon Connor as it hit him in the chest, bounced off, tipped it around a few times before finally being able to drag that ball down for the 4-yard gain to bring up 3rd and 11.
Connor's kind of been the underneath guy for Hedgesville so far this year, with Martin and Matthew have kind of been those guys over the top in the middle or on those screen passes outside.
3:15 to go in the second. It's 3rd and 11 for Hedgesville. Ball on the 44-yard line of the Eagles. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. West drops back the pass. It's a wide receiver screen that's low, caught by Connor for a 2-yard gain at the left hash marks. Whistle blows, and Martinsburg will, I believe, take a timeout to stop the clock with 2:55 to go, but the clock just ticked about 4 more seconds before Britt Sherman turned around and yelled up to make sure that that clock stops. So we should have at least 4 seconds added back. It is Martinsburg 36, Hedgesville 6.
Yeah, the clock reads 2:51. I think the timeout came at more like 2:54 when it should have been stopped. And I think that this is obviously Martinsburg. They want to be able to get the ball back, get one more quick score before halftime, because they do also get the ball to start the second half. And if you can rattle off those touchdowns here, end of the second half, end of the first half, start of the second half, you can put yourself up, 50-6 early in the third quarter. And at that point, you are just absolutely cruising towards a victory. And we talked about it. This is exactly the kind of get-right game we were kind of expecting from the Bulldogs. They were coming out motivated.
Never seen this before, as they are trying to communicate up to the press box how much time to put up, and they have to move all. They're using the cue cards that they use to call out the plays to let them know that it's 2:56 to put back up on the clock, and they finally do so, but they had it backwards, so it said 6:52, and a lot of fun going on that near sideline, trying to communicate as best as they could up to this press box to get 5 more seconds back on.
Hedgesville might have been okay with putting 6 minutes left in this half.
Flag thrown, false start. On the far side, it's DeMonte Martin. Began his route before the snap, so that'll back Hedgesville up 5 yards, make it 4th and 14. Ball on the 41-yard line.
Incredible sideline innovation there. It's the power of cue cards, paper. Electronics aren't always the answer, Colin. That's what we learned here.
4th and 14. This time, after the blocked pooch punt last time, Rue West a little bit deeper, but it looks like the offense is still out there. Low snap, he does get the punt off, goes into the night sky and bounces at the 26-yard line before rolling to Martinsburg's 21-yard line. And with 2:46 to go in the second quarter, the Bulldogs offense will march back out with a 36-6 lead over Hedgesville.
So even with a big lead like this kind of situation is a good opportunity for your team to be able to practice in-game a 2-minute drill that might come in handy more so down the line later in the season, into the playoffs. You've got 2:46 left in the half, and you want to go down and get a touchdown in that time.
Bagent, who already has 4 touchdown passes tonight. Pump fakes. It's a screen pass caught by Clement. Clement from the middle of the field cuts to the near side, stiffs arms the tackler down the near sideline, across the 50, at the 40, at the 30. Spins past the tackle and will be hit up high. Big stop by Jackson Rue West, a touchdown-saving tackle, but there's a flag thrown all the way back in between the 30 and the 35 on Martinsburg's side, and I think that's going to negate this big play by Murphy Clement.
That was a good tunnel screen play, but how about Rashawn Reed going all the way down the play, pretty much right there with Murphy Clement? It's about 50 yards down the field blocking as an offensive lineman.
And it's a holding penalty against Martinsburg. That'll back them up and keep it at first down. We'll wait to see where officially they spot the ball, but there's 2 minutes, 33 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 36, Hedgesville 6. And the ball spotted right back at the original line of scrimmage. So basically we're just redoing the whole thing over again. It's 1st and 10, ball on the 22, as the flag was at the 32-yard line.
10 yards from the spot of the foul.
Yep.
It's like the play never happened.
Martinsburg breaks its huddle. 2 receivers to each side of Agent. Grantham, the running back, to his right side. Bass snaps, pump fake, looking downfield to Bagent. He has an open buzz Dover, but the pass over his head and incomplete. Bagent just overthrew Dover by about 3 yards, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10 with 2:28 to go.
Bagent was kind of Dover was kind of stationary there as Bagent threw him the ball. I think if Dover were already in full stride there, it would have been the right placement for it. But since he wasn't quite up to full speed, it was a little off.
2nd and 10, ball on Martinsburg's 22-yard line. The Bulldogs break the huddle. Bagent, shotgun formation. Grantham to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Snap, handoff to Grantham, and Grantham cuts to the near sideline. He's all alone across the 50, at the 40 on the near sideline, 30, 20. Trying to track him down is Martin, and he's unable to do so. Into the end zone, unless they say he stepped out of bounds on the near side. We'll wait to see for the signal. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 2:14, 42-6. Bulldogs as Zion Grantham goes 78 yards for the touchdown run.
We've seen this year that Zion Grantham has been the big play running back for the Bulldogs, and that is just incredible speed there.
We have an injured Hedgesville Eagle in the near side of the zone, and I can't tell who it is. I think it might be DeMonte Martin, who might have hurt one of his ankles, I believe, trying to bring down Grantham.
It did look like a little awkward the way that he brought him down, trying to tackle him.
While we wait for the injured player, we'll take a 1-minute break, and hopefully whoever it is okay. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Martin, the injured Hedgesville Eagle. But fortunately, Eagle fans, he is up and walking off on his own power. A little bit of a limp. Hopefully he is okay, and we'll have to wait and see if he continues to play the rest of this game, as after the 78-yard touchdown run by Zion Grantham, it is Martinsburg 42, Hedgesville 6 with 2:14 to go in your second quarter. The extra point unit back out for Martinsburg.
That's tough. I hope we're able to see Martin for the rest of this game, because he has been one of the more exciting players on that Hedgesville offense. And he's been a good player in the secondary on defense as well.
The extra point, snap low, and it's a flea flicker pass, I believe from A.J. Harrison, intended for Cam Shallis, is deflected, so the two-point conversion on some trickery is no good, as the snap went to Hunter, and he just batted it into the hands of A.J. Harrison, who was coming from the left side of the line, rolling out to the right, and just some creativity, trying to have some fun, up 42-6 before halftime.
Yep, it's homecoming. They're trying out some new things. Obviously, they're missing a two-point conversion at this point is, you hope it doesn't end up coming back to bite you in some miraculous comeback. But it's a reason you just trying things out. Maybe you use it later in the season.
Brett Terwilliger will now go from the right side at the 10-yard line for the extra point over to the left side of the field at the 40-yard line of Martinsburg to kick it off to Hedgesville. Terwilliger backs up. He's at the middle of the field at the 30-yard line. He has 4 guys to the near side, 6 to the far. He kicks it deep. Back at the 5-yard line, it's caught for Hedgesville. Cutting to the right side is Braylon Connor. Tries to go back up the middle before being tackled by Cam Shallis, and a flag will be thrown on Shallis as he...
That's Jimmy Harden, actually.
Is that Jimmy Harden? Yes, it is. I apologize. Thank you, Dylan. And Jimmy Harden gets the flag thrown on him, and it looked like it might be a personal foul taunting penalty as he stepped over Connor after tackling him.
Yeah, he kind of gave him the Allen Iverson over Tyronn Lue step over there as he got up over him. And maybe he said something as well that got that flag called, but even just the physical part of it could be enough for that.
Jimmy Harden will get the penalty, and Hedgesville will gain 15 yards, and they spot the ball on Hedgesville's 30-yard line for a 1st and 10 Eagles with 2:08 to go in the second. It is Martinsburg 42, Hedgesville 6. Rue West still in at quarterback. He has 2 receivers to each side. In the backfield now is Dalton Harper in at running back for Hedgesville instead of Jake Young. Matt Faircloth, Hedgesville's head coach, gives the play call from the far side. Snap, hands it off, and it's Harper going up midfield, and he'll pick up 9 yards before being stopped just shy of the 39-yard line by Dover and a few other Martinsburg Bulldogs to make it 2nd and 1 with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go in the second.
It looks like Hedgesville is using this as an opportunity to try out some new stuff, too, out of the pistol formation, using Harper instead of Young. In this situation, you want to get some guys some reps out there, try some different looks out.
2 receivers to each side of Jackson Rue West, Hedgesville's quarterback. Entire line goes down. Rue West hands it off again to Harper, and Harper will pick up 3 yards for a Hedgesville first down across the 40 and at the 42-yard line. Clock stops at a minute 24 of the ball spot, so it starts back up. It's now at a minute 20 in the second quarter.
If you want to score before halftime, you're probably going to need to throw the ball some more to get the ball down the field a little quicker.
Hedgesville still has 1 timeout left, but it looks like they're just allowing the clock to wind down as it's at 1 minute now. As they trail Martinsburg 42-6. 2 receivers to each side for Jackson West. Harper behind him. High snap. Hands it off to Harper from Rue West, and immediately Harper is stuffed by Rashad Reed at the line of scrimmage. In helping him out was Dominic Brinkley, as well as number 55, Jaden Kidrick. We got 30 seconds to go, 26 to go on the play clock, so Hedgesville needs one more play before they can get into half, as they get the ball, I believe, to start. .15 seconds left. West, shotgun formation. Fakes the handoff. Screen pass to Connor, and it's caught on the near side, and he's immediately tackled for a gain of 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 goes the clock, and we have hit halftime at Coburn Field in David M. Walker Stadium. It's Martinsburg 42, Hedgesville 6. But before we take our halftime break, we will get ready for Spencer Dupuis on the near sideline as we wait for head coach Britt Sherman to meet with Spencer before we send it down to him, as coach is still talking with a few of his players in Bajent, Fagan, Murphy, and Chalice. But we'll now send it down to Spencer Dupuis, who's with Coach Sherman.
Down here with Coach Sherman. Good first half for you guys. 42-6 lead turnaround from last week.
Yeah, I mean, just guys, a lot of effort, hungry guys on the field, blocking, tackling well, and offensively taking care of the football, except for that first drive, and just getting after it.
And, we talked with you the other day, and it seemed like a different week for you guys this week. Do you think that led to the output this week in the first half?
Definitely. I mean, you can't practice soft and play hard, and we got back to practicing this week with hungry guys that have put in time, they're sacrificing the weight room, and you can tell in the first half.
All right, Coach, what are you going to do in the second half?
Try to do a lot of the same things, except for what happened on the first drive.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time. Best of luck in the second half.
All right, thank you.
Back up to you, Colin.
Thank you, Spencer, as well as Coach Sherman. We'll take a 2-minute break and then be back for the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show. You are tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
Welcome back as we welcome you into the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show, brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. It's Martinsburg 42, Hedgesville 6, and we'll now send it down for the homecoming festivities.
Our freshman prince is Nick Barrett. Nick is the son of Diana Reed and Mike Barrett.
He's being escorted tonight by his mom, Diana Reed. Nick is a tuba player in the MHS Marching Band. He's a member of Young Life, and he works at Jersey Mike's. Congratulations, Nick. Our sophomore princess is Trinity Weatherholtz. She's the daughter of Amber Desana. Trinity is being escorted tonight by her grandma, Valerie Lineberg, and her grandfather, Samuel Lineberg. Trinity works 30 hours a week at Wingstop. She's done community service with the DHHR, and she's also babysat for drug recovery meetings so that parents could attend. Trinity has gotten good grades throughout her high school career. Congratulations, Trinity. Our sophomore prince is Coy Fagan. Coy is the son of Tabitha and Kenrick Fagan. He's being escorted tonight by his mother and father, and I don't see his brother. Thought I was going to see his brother. Coy is the quarterback of the junior varsity football team and a member of the varsity football team. Coy maintains a 4.5 GPA. Congratulations, Coy. Our junior princess is Jada Gilmore. Jada is being escorted tonight by her mom, Robin Carey, and her dad, Brett Gilmore. Jada is a member of the Good Time Show Choir, Blitz, and Student Council. Congratulations, Jada. Our junior prince is Murphy Clement. Murphy is being escorted tonight by his dad and mom, Mike and Tracy Clement. Though he is a member of the MHS football team, Murphy wants you to know that he does like to play sports other than football, and he really likes to do different types of flips. Last year, he maintained a 3.8 GPA. During our game against Musselman this year, Murphy broke the school rushing touchdown record for the longest rushing touchdown of 98 yards. Congratulations, Murphy. And now for our seniors. Senior Prince Mariah Bispo is being escorted tonight by her mother and father, Janelle and Michael Bispo, and I'm guessing several other family members. Mariah is the captain of the Velocity Dance Team, where she has been a 4-year member. She's been a 3-year member of National Honor Society, a 3-year member of Science National Honor Society, a 2-year member of Interact, and a 4-year member of Student Council. Mariah has also danced with Terry Joe's Dance Studio for 12 years. Congratulations, Mariah. Senior Prince Ezra Bajan is being escorted tonight by his parents, Casey and Travis Bajan. Ezra is the quarterback for the MHS football team. One of his fondest memories is scoring 5 touchdowns in the state championship game. He has maintained a 3.7 GPA and has received an offer from Shepherd University to play football there. Congratulations, Ezra. Senior Princess Honey Carter is being escorted tonight by her mom and dad, Holly and Robert Carter. Honey is an AP honors student. She's been a 5-year member of the MHS volleyball team, a 2-year member of the softball team, and a 2-year member of the varsity track team. Congratulations, honey. Senior Prince Timothy Betts III is being escorted tonight by his mother and father, Carita and Timothy Betts Jr. Timothy is a local Starbucks legend because that's where you can always find him serving it up to the kids. He's also a fashion icon who's been designing and making clothes for the past 3 years. Congratulations, Timothy. Senior Princess Betsy Criswell is being escorted tonight by her parents, John and Kristen Criswell. Betsy is a drum major for the Bulldog Band, a 4-year varsity runner and captain of the girls' cross-country team, a member of the National Honor Society, the secretary of Social Studies National Honor Society, and a 4-year member of the ACE team. Congratulations, Betsy. Senior Prince Avion Blackwood is the son of Bobby Lassane. Avion is being escorted tonight by his mother Bobby and his brother Damian Blackwood. Avion is a cornerback receiver for the Bulldog football team. He was very excited to be on the 2021 state championship football team. He's also a 4-year varsity point guard on the MHS basketball team, and he's been named to the first team All-State in basketball. Congratulations, Avion. Senior Princess Amy Flores is the daughter of Maria Mejia and Ruben Martinez. She's being escorted tonight by her mom, Maria, and her boyfriend, Cameron Morgan. Amy works at our local Chipotle after school and in our school store during lunch each day. She has been listed on the AB Honor Roll, and she enjoys being a teacher's assistant for Mr. Jones and Mr. Way. Congratulations, Amy. Senior Prince James Astranis is the son of Evangeline Knapp. He's being escorted tonight by his mother, Evangeline, and his sister, Evie Knapp. James is the Vice President of Student Council, President of Social Studies National Honor Society, a member of the National Honor Society, and a member of the ACE team. James also enjoys volunteering at the Martinsburg Public Library. Congratulations, James. Senior Princess Grace Gladwell is the daughter of Tanya Cobb and Nathan Gladwell. She's being escorted tonight by her stepfather and mother, Tim and Tanya Cobb, and her sister, Lila. Grace is an active member of National Honor Society and Science National Honor Society, where she was inducted as a sophomore. She's been a 4-year member of Student Council, and she has served as the Vice President and Historian of her class. Grace has also been a member of Interact and a 4-year member of the Velocity Dance Team, where she now serves as Treasurer. Grace has also been a dancer at Terry Joe's Dance Studio for the past 8 years. Congratulations, Grace. Senior Prince Cam Shallis is being escorted tonight by his dad and mom, Kip and Julie Shallis. Cam is a 2021 All-State football player and a 2021 football state champion. He's also a member of National Honor Society and Science National Honor Society. He's the 2022 recipient of the coveted Iron Dog Award, and he is committed to playing football at West Virginia University. Congratulations, Cam. Crowning our queen this year is Chloe Thomas, our amazing student council president who has done a tremendous job helping to organize all of the events of this homecoming week. Crowning our king this year is our equally remarkable principal, Mr. Trent Sherman. And now, for the moment that you've been waiting for, the 2022 Martinsburg High School homecoming queen and king are Honey Carter and Avion Blackwood. Congratulations to the 2022 homecoming court.
So there you have it. Avion Blackwood, the Martinsburg football wide receiver, is your homecoming king, as well as Honey Carter, a member of the volleyball team that you can see Tuesdays and Thursdays with our very own Dylan Bishop and Jim Klein on the call of those matches. So congratulations to them being this year's homecoming king and queen. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, you'll hear it from Nick Verzolini with our halftime scoreboard show here at Martinsburg. The Bulldogs lead Hedgesville 42-6. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results believes buying a new home requires a dedicated team that cares about your needs and concerns. Our experienced team is from the area, and we care about this community because it is our home as well. Whether it's a $30,000 home or a $3 million home, we will be hands-on and invested throughout the entire process. Thinking of buying or selling in West Virginia? We've got the tri-state area covered.
Peripheral artery disease, also known as PAD, is a common condition in which narrowed arteries reduce blood flow. PAD most commonly occurs in the legs and affects approximately 6.5 million Americans over the age of 40. WVU Medicine is offering a free screening for peripheral artery disease on September 17th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Dorothy McCormick Center. Registration is required. To participate, call the WVU Heart and Vascular Institute at 304-596-2109.
Hello, my name is Wayne Clark. I've learned and accomplished a lot in my first 2 years as your representative in the West Virginia State House of Delegates. I've sponsored or co-sponsored 27 bills that became law in my first term, from education to energy to protecting the Second Amendment and the rights of the unborn to supporting small businesses. I thank you for the faith you had in me to represent you, and I humbly ask for your vote again this November. Wayne Clark, candidate for House of Delegates, District 99, paid for by Clark for WV.
We welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini here at the half. The game you're currently listening to or tuned into, Martinsburg leading 42-6 over Hedgesville. Our scoreboard show is brought to you by Wayne Clark for 99th District Delegate. Proudly working to advance opportunities for all West Virginians. Vote Wayne Clark in November. So we'll get you the scores from around the state. We'll start, of course, locally in the Eastern Panhandle. Some scores right now. Obviously, the game that you're tuned into, As I noted earlier, Martinsburg with a 42-6 lead over the Hedgesville Eagles. So it looks like Martinsburg is going to get back in the win column, and Hedgesville will fall to 3-2, presuming that score stands. Musselman, Morgantown going at it tonight, and it's a close one. Number 6 Musselman leading 14-13 over number 2 Morgantown. Jefferson holds a 7-0 lead over North Hagerstown there in that game, and Parkview out of Virginia leads Washington 12-7. Some other scores along with, I guess, big games around the state that we're highlighting here tonight. Number 1 Park South beating up on John Marshall 27-3 in that one. Parkersburg trails Cabell Midland. Both those teams are currently number 13 in the state. If Cabell Midland holds on to that lead, which is now, I believe, 17-3. It's been extended. Cabell Midland leading 17-3 over Parkersburg. If they hold on to that, they'll obviously move up, and it could knock Parkersburg out of the playoffs after what would be back-to-back losses. Huntington leading Capital just 7-0 in that ball game. Number 14 in AA, Kaiser leads Hampshire 20-0, and Berkeley Springs, they have single A Tucker County, but unfortunately for the Indians, it is 26-0 Tucker County in that one. So we will now step aside for a quick break. On the other side of that break, we'll send it back to Colin McLaughlin along with Dylan Bishop, who are at Martinsburg High School for the second half between Martinsburg and Hedgesville. Once again, this is the Extra Point Scoreboard Show brought to you by Wayne Clark for 99th District Delegate, proudly working to advance opportunities for all West Virginians. Vote Wayne Clark in November. So we will take a 2-minute break, and then we'll send it back to Colin and Dylan for the second half of Martinsburg and Hedgesville. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game. You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
We welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Martinsburg leads Hedgesville 42-6, and another big shout out to our crew. Nick Verzolini, we just heard from back to the studio. Our executive producer on site is Donna Schaffner. Our sideline reporter / cameraman Spencer Dupuy, and the rest of our camera crew on the TV 10 and WRNR TV side is Caden Kemp. John Alderton, Braden Schaffner, and Donald Kinney as well, bringing you the action. Great job by everybody so far, giving you tonight's coverage as we'll get into our first half stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158.
So on the Hedgesville side of things, really it was the first drive of the game that got a lot of the statistics for the games. Jackson Rue West at halftime, 6 for 13 with 95 yards and a touchdown. Then on the receiving side, 2 catches for 45 yards was DeMonte Martin, and then a 42-yard touchdown for Tanner Matthew. That's his one catch of the game. On the Martinsburg side, Ezra Bajan is 7 for 13 with 116 yards, 4 touchdowns through the air, and 1 interception. Murphy Clement has 4 carries for 41 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Zion Grantham, 6 carries for 108 yards and a touchdown, most of that coming on his 78-yard touchdown run. Then on the receiving side, Murphy Clement also has 1 catch, which was a 28-yard touchdown. And then Buzz Dover has 4 catches for 77 yards and 3 receiving touchdowns for the Bulldogs.
And there you have it, our first half stats as the Martinsburg Bulldog Marching Band continues to serenade us with Hey Jude. Great song, and we'll get into now something that we almost forgot at the start of the game, so we're going to try to change it instead of the piece of the game to make it to second half adjustments of the game. The key to your next car is brought to you by the Heffley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Spencer rides with them, so you should too.
So I thought the keys coming into this, I mean, it can be some adjustments as well, was for Martinsburg, I thought they needed to find what their new normal was, because you change things up with their game plan. You got Murphy Clement playing wide receiver and things like you got new offensive linemen. I think they've done a good job of that, figuring out what plays they want to run with this new personnel. And then I think on the defensive side, it was the secondary play. You didn't want those Hedgesville wide receivers to get up over the top, and you didn't want your DBs missing tackles when they got screen passes. And on the Hedgesville side, they needed to get Jackson Rue West in a rhythm with their play calling, and they need to protect him. He has to have time to pass back there. I know it's tough with the defensive line of the Bulldogs, but that will be the key to getting anything going in the second half, is he needs time to throw. And they need to eliminate the big play, which that can come over the top, and that can come, just a short pass and then a run after the catch. And we've seen that's been the key for Martinsburg. All of their touchdowns so far have been long plays, 78 yards, 28 yards, 22, 25, 13, 14. It has been a lot of big plays for the Martinsburg Bulldogs.
As both teams already out of the locker rooms waiting to take the field as the Martinsburg High School Marching Band concludes its halftime show. It is Martinsburg 42, Hedgesville 6, and it'll be Hedgesville getting the ball to start half number 2 as Cam Shallis goes out to midfield for Martinsburg, and he will be met by Hedgesville's Ian Wolf, both team captains for each respected team tonight. As again, they'll meet to discuss that Hedgesville gets the ball to start the second half. As both Shallis and Wolf shake hands and will return back to their respected sidelines, and Martinsburg's marching band will march off to the right side end zone and off the field.
I want to see how quickly we start to see some new players file in for Martinsburg because of these injuries. Obviously, they've used the players that they wanted to start out the game with, but now that you're up by a good bit, maybe start cycling in some more guys a little earlier.
As we get ready for your second half kickoff, which is brought to you by Mountaineer Grill and Pub, located at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway in Martinsburg. Both teams will break their huddles as the return team makes its way out for Hedgesville from the far sideline to take the right side. And if I had this backwards, is it Martinsburg getting the ball back this entire time?
Yes, opening kickoff went to Hedgesville, and they got the touchdown on the opening possession of the game.
My apologies. I've had this backwards.
It's a big thing for Martinsburg. They scored pretty early before a halftime there with about 2 minutes left, and then they go right back out here, and they can get the second half kickoff and take it right back down and open this thing up past a 40-point lead.
So on to kickoff is Hedgesville, and it's Declan Hall kicking off from the right side, 40-yard line. Back to return for Martinsburg's Clement as well as Hunter, and it is a short kick, fair caught on the far side by Zion Grantham. He fair catches it at Martinsburg's 34-yard line. So the Bulldogs will start with the ball 1st and 10 with 12 minutes to go in the third quarter, leading 42-6.
Obviously what we've seen from Martinsburg so far this year, they don't really start to go towards that, what you might call garbage time playbook and lineups until really late in the fourth quarter. So, but I was wondering if injuries might make you go to that a little earlier. Obviously not going to start off the second half that way.
So Dover and Blackwood, the two receivers to the far side, the two to the near are Hunter and Clement for Bagent, with Grantham to his right side. He sends Blackwood in motion, and it's a jet sweep from the far side to the near side. Blackwood has blockers in front of him. Jukes past a couple, across the 40, at the 30, cuts towards midfield, and he's tackled at the 20-yard line. Coming behind Blackwood, in to make the tackle for Hedgesville is number 12, Hunter Turner. But a big first play for the Bulldogs makes it first down inside the 20-yard line. Ball marked at the 19-yard line for the Bulldogs, already in the red zone on the first play.
How about that he started off the second half by giving a carry to the homecoming king that he got named at halftime.
1st and 10. Murphy Clement in at quarterback. Bagent goes out to the right side as a receiver. Read option. Clement keeps him himself. Goes past the tackler. Breaks through another one, but eventually at the 11-yard line, left side hash, will be tackled by Faircloth to bring up 2nd down and 2.
It's interesting that this is something we haven't seen before from Martinsburg, is that they're keeping Ezra Bagent out on the field when Murphy Clement comes in at quarterback. Very interesting.
Bagent will now swap places with Clement and go back in at quarterback. Two receivers to each side for Bagent. Grantham lined up to his left. Snap. Hands it off to Grantham from Bagent. Grantham will go nowhere, being stopped for a yard. Brings up 3rd and 1, ball on the 11-yard line as Grantham's hole up the middle just immediately closed by Eli and Levi Faircloth. Brings up 3rd down and a loss on the play. They back him up. Makes it 3rd down and 3 for Martinsburg. Martinsburg breaks the huddle. Two receivers to each side. And some motion from the defensive line, and it's an encroachment penalty on Hedgesville.
Oh, it didn't look like they were going to call it there at first.
Darrell Johnson clearly came across the neutral zone, and a flag was thrown on the far side, so that 5-yard penalty will make it 1st and goal, Martinsburg.
Guess they thought since he got back on the side before the snap, since the snap never came, then maybe they weren't going to blow it dead, but decided otherwise, because he was going to be unimpeded to the quarterback off the edge.
1st and goal, ball on the 7-yard line of Hedgesville for Martinsburg. Bagent marches his way towards his offensive line, but breaks out as a wide receiver for Murphy Clement in at quarterback with Grantham to his left, two receivers to each side. Snap to Clement, hands it off to Grantham, and Grantham going to be stopped for a loss and pushing him back for the loss. In to make the tackle on the far side is Connor Quinn.
The defensive line for Hedgesville has come out pretty motivated to start off this half. Obviously, that first play was really more a result of getting outside, but now they've tried to run inside. So far, pretty good work from the Eagles' defensive front.
2nd and goal. Bagent now at quarterback, two receivers to each side, Grantham to his right. Snap high, play action pass. Quick slant, caught by Dover, and he gets hit and stumbles his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 9:01 to go in the third quarter. It's now 48-6 Bulldogs over Hedgesville. Another touchdown reception for Buzz Dover from Ezra Bajent tonight.
Just has such good quickness in short area. It is his 4th touchdown of the game for Dover. And on 5 catches. He's only had 1 catch that hasn't gone for a touchdown, and it was still a 17-yard gain, his first one of the game.
Stats are looking like Shepherd's Michael McCook stats.
Every time he touches it, he's in the end zone.
The extra point up and good by Brett Terwilliger. 9:01 to go. It is now Martinsburg 49, Hedgesville 6. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Welcome back. It is now 49-6. Martinsburg leads Hedgesville in the 3rd quarter. Terwilliger, line drive kickoff that'll bounce up the middle into the back of the end zone for a touchback to make it 1st and 10 Hedgesville from the 20-yard line.
There's our first chance to see what sort of offensive adjustments Hedgesville made at halftime. See, again, we see more of Dalton Harper at running back there at the end of the first half, and he's coming out to start things out in the second.
2 receivers to the far side. Make it 3 now as one comes from the far sideline behind Matt Faircloth, who gives the play to Jackson Rue West, Hedgesville's quarterback.
You do want 11 players out there.
He's got Harper behind him and 1 receiver to the near side. 1st and 10, ball on the 20. Low snap. Rue West hands it off to Harper, and Harper stuffed at the line of scrimmage before being pushed back by Chalice, Brinkley, as well as Yancey and King. Reed as well, so everybody basically on that defensive line.
Oh, it looks like we got an injury.
Tackle, and we have an injured Hedgesville Eagle who was within that pile of Martinsburg Bulldogs.
Offensive lineman, I believe.
He's up and slowly limping off, so we'll keep it here as he's trying to get off on his own power as the athletic training staff for Hedgesville, as well as Matt Faircloth, make their way out to check and see if he's okay, as I try to quickly see who exactly it is slowly limping off. And it looks like it is number 56, Nate Lamb. So hopefully Lamb will be okay as he's taking off his wristband that has the play calls, handing it off to a fellow teammate. Or is that a glove? Nope, it's a wristband because he's the center. So we have a new center for Hedgesville. So keep an eye on these snaps to Jackson Rue West.
I believe that's Kyler High, number 75, who's listed on as the backup center. They've been having some trouble with the snaps. Lamb had even at the end of the first half, had some snaps that were kind of skipping the ground there. So I'm not sure, maybe he had an injury then that was causing that, or if that was separate.
Trips to the far side. West looks to the near side. Deep ball, overthrown, intended for DeMonte Martin, and incomplete as Martin and Brinkley going back and forth hands-wise. That pass went 5 yards over both of their heads and incomplete. Bring up 3rd and 10 with 8:16 to go in the third.
Well, it is a good thing to see DeMonte Martin back out there. Obviously, we saw on the touchdown run by Zion Grantham that he went down in the end zone after trying to make a tackle at the goal line. So it's good to see him back out here in the second half.
Somebody that we have not seen, though, is Jake Young. Still in is Dalton Harper at running back, lined up behind Jackson Rue West. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. 3rd down and 10. Ball on the 20 for Hedgesville. High snap, dropping back to pass to Rue West, looks to the far side. Deep pass, and it's picked off right into the hands of Murphy Clement. Clement breaks 2 tackles, tries to spin through a third, but eventually will be wrapped up on the far side. And a late hit will draw a flag on Hedgesville as frustration kicks in for the Eagles, and Cam Shallis not happy with being shoved, trying to exchange some words as he comes back to the near side. But the interception by Murphy Clement will give the ball back to Martinsburg, and with the penalty, the Bulldogs will have some terrific field position.
His just there, I think he had his guy out wide, open, running down the field on a streak route there. But I think he went to the guy in the slot there, and just the pass wasn't there. He overthrew it, and it was essentially Murphy Clement running the route there. It was an easy interception for him.
8:06 to go in the 3rd quarter. It is Martinsburg 49, Hedgesville 6. And your 3rd quarter is presented on TV 10 by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. As well as the Skinner Law Firm, injury and consumer rights lawyers, phone 304-245-6613 or go to skinnerfirm.com. 1st and 10 Martinsburg, ball marked on Hedgesville's 30-yard line. Harrison in the backfield. He gets the pitch from Ezra Bajent. To the right side goes Harrison. Across the 20, keeps his feet churning, and he'll be stopped at the 18-yard line, and it's enough for a Martinsburg Bulldog 1st down on the pickup of 12 by A.J. Harrison.
I've really liked what I've seen from Harrison today, where, I've been really impressed with Zion Grant and the way he's run the ball so far this year, with Xavion Kendall down with an injury, Eric King missing some time with injury as well. A.J. Harrison, I think, has ran with the most purpose that he has this entire season so far. It's only his 3rd carry for the game, but he's up over 30 yards.
2 receivers to each side. Ezra Bajent in at quarterback with Harrison to his right. Shallis in at tight end. Jet sweep. From left to right goes Blackwood. He has 3 blockers in front of him. And into the end zone on the near sideline. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 7:17 to go. It is now Martinsburg leading Hedgesville 55-6. As the homecoming king, crowned right at halftime, gets the touchdown on the jet sweep.
It's the exact same play they started the second half with.
I think it's the first play that they started the first half with, too,
if I
remember correctly.
I think so. I believe I don't know if that one went to Blackwood, but I think that's how they started the game overall. But that first one went for 47 yards, and this one I think they wanted to get Blackwood in the end zone because they knew it might work.
PAT by Terwilliger is up and good. So with 7:17 to go in the 3rd, it is now Martinsburg 56, Hedgesville 6. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
You've been in an accident. A distracted driver put texting over safety. Your injuries, loss of income, and medical bills can last a long time, even a lifetime. Our job is to try and secure justice that will protect you and your family for the rest of your life. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium for Martinsburg's homecoming night. And the Bulldogs lead the Hedgesville Eagles 56-6 with 7:17 to go in the 3rd quarter. As on to kickoff now for Martinsburg is Wesley Navarro, the 6'1" senior, out to kick off for the Bulldogs. And Navarro's kick, high and deep, bouncing at the 10-yard line, charging forward and returning it is Connor on the far side. Goes out across the numbers. And I think I might have saw a flag thrown. I can't see. I might have just been something on that far sideline. But Hedgesville, with 7:13 to go, will have a 1st and 10 with the ball at the 29-yard line for the Eagles. Hedgesville waiting to get the play call from the far side of the field as Matt Faircloth gets it out to Jackson Rue West. 2 receivers to each side as the Eagles break the huddle. West, pistol formation. Behind them, I believe, still is Dalton Harper. Scared me there, Dylan.
So I was coming around to
behind
look at your roster there for number 30 that I'm seeing out as a starter at corner for the first time, Ken Von Williams.
1st and 10, ball on the 29. West hands it off to Harper, and Harper tries to find a hole on the right side of the line, but Brinkley closes the hole and gets helped by a few other Bulldogs. And Harper will pick up no yards to bring up 2nd and 10.
Seeing a lot more of the run game here in the second half from Hedgesville so far. And Dalton Harper, and we saw that at the end of the first half too, as it looks like we're getting a timeout from Hedgesville.
So let's take the 60-second break with them. It is 56-6, Martinsburg. You're tuned into Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. A perfect mix of white and dark meat for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market. Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. It's perfect for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market.
6 minutes, 40 seconds to go in your third quarter of action from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. It is Martinsburg 56, Hedgesville 6. After the Eagles struck first on the first drive of the game, but since then has been all Martinsburg. 2nd and 10 for Hedgesville. Ball on its 29-yard line. West in pistol formation. Twins to each side, receiver-wise, with Harper in the backfield. They hand off to Harper. And immediately, Harper is stopped at the line of scrimmage. In to make the tackle was Jaden Kidrick alongside Dominic Brinkley.
We don't give a lot of love.
Yancey as well.
We don't give a lot of love to the outside linebackers on this Bulldogs team. Dominic Brinkley and Braden Herring as well. They do a lot of good work on this team. And Braden Herring, one of the leaders in sacks on this team. I think he is the leader in sacks. He has 3 so far this year.
Brings up 3rd and 10. 6 minutes to go in the third. Ball still on the 29 for Hedgesville. West drops back the pass. Looks to the near side. Chucks it deep, but his receiver kind of tripped over his own feet as the pass intended for number 30, Kamari Thomas. And we have a flag towards the line of scrimmage as players getting a little chippy. And trying to see who it is for Martinsburg.
It looks like Nuck
Houston,
off,
and
number
I think
23.
It is Nuck Houston. That will have the penalty on him, and it's an unsportsmanlike going against Houston. King not happy with that call either.
Well, it's always a situation of who instigated and who retaliated. And it's usually the retaliator who gets the penalty, whether it's right or not. Sometimes
I didn't see it because I was looking downfield at the pass. But
it's one of those instances, everyone's going to say, well, this guy did something first, but maybe he did it right as the whistle was happening. Maybe the referee didn't see it. Maybe sometimes there's a little bit of leeway the referees will give the guys, but sometimes all it takes is that retaliation.
By the way, I believe that pass was actually intended for Nate No. My apologies there, as it's a 38, not a 30. So we wait for the head official to mark off the penalty, which should be enough for a Hedgesville first down, as it looks like Martinsburg's going to decide to take a timeout after the penalty to try to just cool down the Bulldogs a little bit. You don't want anything too chippy. Try to avoid any ejections on either side, because both of these teams, as we mentioned during the pregame show, this is the halfway point of the season, still have a lot to play for, as it looks like Martinsburg's going to improve to 4-1 as they lead 56-6. Hedgesville will fall to 3-2, but Hedgesville still has a pretty favorable schedule ahead of them, so their chances of making the postseason are pretty high.
Yeah, when we went through that schedule during the pregame show, ran down the rest of the games that they have on the season, it sounded like 6 or 7 wins to me. I think this is a team that, even though this game is going the way it is right now, I still think Hedgesville has a good chance, a good sort of claim to being the second best team in the EPAC. I think that game that we'll have on TV 10 between Hedgesville and Musselman will really be the story there, because Musselman looks really impressive right now as they are tied in the fourth quarter against Morgantown.
I actually have an update for that. According to our YouTube comments, it is Musselman now in the lead, 28-21 over Morgantown, who currently is the number 2 team in the WVSSAC power rankings, and that's where Martinsburg will hopefully be at the end of the season, either at number 2 or number 1, to have home field advantage throughout all the playoffs. But a direct snap goes to Rue West. He keeps it himself, cuts to the near side, jukes past the tackler, and the tackler able to hang on to the jersey and bring down Rue West, who gets across the 50. In to make the tackle for Martinsburg was Ken Von Williams, as Rue West was stopped just shy of the first down marker, so that'll bring up 2nd down and 2, as Hedgesville finally in Martinsburg territory yet again. Ball on the 48-yard line.
You mentioned Morgantown. That's the team that has handed the one loss this year to Hedgesville by 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, 42-21 last week.
Last week.
3 touchdowns.
3 touchdowns, excuse me.
You're fine.
So it's impressive if Musselman can pull that one out.
3 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side, so 5 wide for Rue West. And a quarterback draw. Rue West goes to the far side. He has blockers. Will be tripped up by Murphy Clement on the far side, but it should be enough for a first down, Hedgesville, as they say the ball is spotted at the 45-yard line, so it's 1 yard farther. First down, Hedgesville, as the line to gain was the 44. So 4:48 to go in the third. It is 1st and 10, Hedgesville. Ball on the 45-yard line of Martinsburg. It leads Hedgesville 56-6.
It's a dangerous game to play running with your quarterback, but with all these 4 and 5 wide receiver sets that we've seen, Rue West has really been the main cog in the running game this year for the Eagles.
And again, we see 5 wide for Hedgesville. 4 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side like a Hail Mary. But Rue West with a quarterback draw goes up the middle, and he stopped at the line of scrimmage by Rashad Reed, who just drags him down. Brings up 2nd and 10.
When you play a team like Martinsburg, you get down by this much, you start to really go deep into your bag for, what can we get to work? How can we get some offense going? And this has been their next answer so far, as we get a flag. Sideline warning.
And a sideline warning issued against Hedgesville, but since it's the first, no yards to negate on the penalty. It's just a warning. Still 2nd down and 10. Ball now at the 46-yard line, so it should be a 2nd and 11, but the scoreboard still has it as a 2nd and 10.
It's Monte Martin in the backfield now.
Rest, drops back, looks towards the middle of the field, over the head of Connor, and incomplete. He was open. He had a step ahead of Murphy Clement, but the pass sails high Brings up 3rd down and 11.
Really, since those first 2 drives, Rue West just really hasn't been able to get back into a rhythm throwing the ball. He started out this game 2 of 3 for 63 yards and a touchdown on the first drive of the game. Then he opened up 2 completions in a row after that for a total of 24 yards. And then since then, it's really just been mostly incompletions from then.
Looked like between the lines there were some words that originally were being exchanged. The referee went to break it up, and I like the sportsmanship after that. The referee made the 2 guys from Martinsburg who were drawing with the 2 guys from Hedgesville shake hands.
Wow.
West gets a snap, pump fakes, looks, rolls out to the right, and will be sacked for a huge loss, and it's Dominic Brinkley in making the tackle. Eric King eventually helped him out, but Dominic Brinkley able to get the loss for Hedgesville, and it's a loss of, I believe, 10 yards. Brings up 4th down and 21.
I mentioned the fast start and what Rue West has been able to do since then. Since he started out the game 4 of his first 5, he's only completed 3 of his last 12 passes for a total of 3 yards. And one of those passes being intercepted as well.
So 4th down, Rue West punts it, tie up the middle, and Murphy Clement, who was back to return, will just let the ball bounce. It takes a Martinsburg roll. Will be down at the Bulldogs' 30-yard line. And the Bulldogs offense comes back out onto the field, leading with 2:33 to go in the 3rd, 56-6. It looks like the starters are still out on the field for Martinsburg, as it's Ezra Bajent, the birthday boy, in at quarterback. You'll have A.J. Harrison in at running back. Tight end is Cam Shallis out there as well. 2 receivers to the near sides, Brinkley and Blackwood. I believe the lone receiver to the far side is Braden Mott. I believe I saw out
you're
there,
right.
number 24.
So there's a little bit of difference from what we've seen so far. Brinkley and Mott out wide at the X and Z wide receivers, out wide.
5 seconds to go in the play clock. Martinsburg still not fully set in formation. And the clock says hit zeros, but the flag was never thrown, so the play's off. Bajent pitches it to Harrison. Harrison will be tackled by Connor for a pickup of 5 yards to the near side, but that should have been a delay of game. The referees definitely missed that one by about 2 or 3 seconds, but it'll bring up 2nd and 5.
It should have been. I don't think they had their eye on the ball there, but play goes on.
2 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Martinsburg breaks the huddle. It's Ezra Bajent with Harrison to his right. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Shallison at tight end on the right side of the line. Bajent drops back to pass, looks to the near side. It's caught. Nope, dropped. In and out of the hands of Dominic Brinkley. Pass was maybe a little low. Brinkley would probably say so, but it hit his hands, fell incomplete to bring up 3rd and 5.
Right, as a receiver, if the ball hits you in the hands,
you gotta catch it.
It should be a catch. So, I mean, it's the first time he's been out there this season, I believe, as a wide receiver. So maybe a little bit of jitters. Ball comes his way. He probably knows coming out of the huddle that ball is coming to him on the screen pass. So could be a little bit of jitters coming out there first time.
3rd and 5, minute 55 to go in the 3rd. Same formation as last play. Bajent drops back to pass. Underneath route, caught by Blackwood on the near sideline. He's pushed out of bounds by Hunter Turner. But it's enough for another Martinsburg Bulldog first down, as they say. He went out of bounds at the 42-yard line of the Bulldogs. Makes it 1st and 10 Martinsburg.
His first extended action of touches on offense for Avion Blackwood. He is really athletic and fast. I think he's a fine guy to have in.
Bajent drops back the pass, looking deep on the far side at the 30-yard line, and in and out of the hands. Incomplete, as the pass was intended for Braden Mott. Mott, 5'10" senior, really wanted that one. We wanted it for him.
Yeah, I think that would have been his first catch of the season, or at least in the first 3 quarters of action, if nothing else. Then, I mean, that's another. You don't get a lot of reps out on the field. Sometimes you just.
Because of that, you want to make them count.
Right, you want to make them count, and sometimes you don't get that action to be comfortable out there with those situations.
Handoff from Agent to A.J. Harrison. Harrison finds some space on the near side. Will be tackled at the 50-yard line, just shy of the first down marker to bring up 3rd down and 2 for Martinsburg. The ball will be spotted on the right hash. Minute 20 to go in the 3rd quarter. It is Martinsburg 56, Hedgesville 6.
48 yards on 5 carries for A.J. Harrison in this game. I think this is the best that he's played all season.
Pretty efficient night so far for the guy with the electric orange cleats.
You can see him very well from up here.
You can see him from anywhere in Martinsburg, probably. Deep pass intended for Blackwood, but Blackwood, it looked like, got tripped up by Connor. No flag thrown. The ball sails out of bounds. That'll bring up 4th down and 2. But it looks like Martinsburg's going to keep the offense out there as the ball at the 50-yard line. And nope, they decide, I believe, to punt instead, as putting his helmet on and trotting back out is Jazeer Spruce to punt.
For the first time tonight, I believe.
Yes.
It's always a good sign for a game when your first punt comes with a minute left in the 3rd quarter.
4th down and 2, ball on the 50. Turn man for Hedgesville back at the 20-yard line.
Oh, he's running.
And it's a fake. Spruce able to pick up the 1st down on the near side and a few yards extra. Martinsburg will keep the ball. 1st down, Bulldogs on the fake punt by Spruce.
I can't blame them for running that there when you're only a minute away from getting this down to the 4th quarter when you then get to a running clock. So once you get to that situation, you do want to have your offense out there. You can continue to run the ball. You can have your offense out. Get some reps in for your backups, perhaps. So not too surprised by that fake call there. And also, that might just be a discretion of Jazeer Spruce there. They tell him if you have the room while you're running those first couple steps, go ahead and take off.
He is listed as a wide receiver, so he definitely has some speed. 1st and 10, ball on Hedgesville's 42 for Martinsburg. And King up the middle, plows through a tackler, drags another before being stopped at the 26-yard line. It's another Martinsburg Bulldog 1st down.
King's looked good on his carries tonight, too. It's only his 3rd of the night, but that's gotten him up 35 yards. He's averaging 10 yards a pop.
And that'll be the final play of the 3rd quarter. Your score from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, Martinsburg 56, Hedgesville 6. We'll take a 60-second break and be back for the 4th after that. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Inside the Matt Miller broadcast booth for homecoming night for the Martinsburg Bulldogs as they lead Hedgesville by a score of 56-6. After Hedgesville struck first, it's been all Martinsburg after that, scoring 56 unanswered, and it is 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Ball on the 26-yard line of Hedgesville for Ezra Bajent and the Bulldog offense. Bajent, play action pass, drops back to pass, and fades it to Cam Shallis on the far sideline. He lowers his shoulder and will get to the 10-yard line for a 1st down, Bulldogs. Haven't seen that one before. Cam Shallis on the underneath route just found empty space, and the floating pass from Bajent was a pickup of 16 yards.
And this is the kind of game where you can go deep into the playbook here. You can have some fun, get some guys some catches, some targets, some carries that don't normally get to. before you decide to finally pull things away and go to, some of your backups.
1st and 10, they say he stepped out at the 11, so it was a 15-yard gain. Agent, play action pass, quick slant. It's caught in the middle of the field on the right side. Hash marks by number 24, Braden Mott. So that's his first catch, but we have a roughing the passer penalty, so it's against Hedgesville. So the stats stay. I almost thought it was against Martinsburg, and I was going to feel so bad for Mott, who since the start of the third quarter, Martinsburg's really been trying to get the ball too.
Glad that stood there, and then, Bajan didn't go down, so it may have been a helmet contact there, or a slap across the helmet by a hand.
And that makes it half the distance to goal. It's 1st and goal, Martinsburg. Ball on Hedgesville's 4-yard line. 2 receivers in Brinkley and Blackwood to the near side. Chalice on the left side as well in the tight end spot. It's King, the running back, behind Bajan. The far side is Mott. Hand off to King, and King dragging a defender, reaching across the goal line and in, but a flag is thrown, and immediately it's a holding against Martinsburg, so no touchdown.
Well, that would have been an impressive one to add to the highlight reel, but unfortunately coming back from a hold, man. Eric King, he's just so big as a running back. It's so hard to bring down.
6'2", 240 pounds. That's Eric King.
Normally you have a guy like that on the offensive line.
He is on the defensive line.
You don't see a lot of that, a defensive lineman / running back.
But it is 1st and goal still. Ball now marked at Hedgesville's 12-yard line. Substitution as checking in for Eric King now is Nick Buskey in at running back. He'll be lined up to the right side of Ezra Bajent. 2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Bajent, high snap, hands it off to Buskey. Buskey finds a hole into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 8:53 to go. It's now Martinsburg 62, Hedgesville 6. A 12-yard run by Nick Buskey. And we have an injured Hedgesville Eagle down towards the line of scrimmage. Trying to see through the legs of a few players. Believe.
Looks like a lineman.
It is Josh Barrett, number 60.
I think you're right.
That is the injured player. That'll stop the clock with 8:53 to go in this fourth quarter, as we will give you our fourth quarter sponsors. So we are presented to you on TV 10 by the Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game, as well as Chris Ross, the Milestone Real Estate Group. Buying or selling a home, call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. As Barrett still down at the 12-yard line in the middle of the field on the left side. Hopefully he's okay. We try to see, looks like he may or may not have hurt his left leg. So they're examining him and will help him up onto his feet.
It's good that he's able at least get off the field in this way, if nothing else.
And he'll be carried off the field, which isn't a good sign, but hopefully he's okay. You typically like to see players walk off some way, shape, or form on their own power, but both teams now will come back out for the point after attempt.
You see an update from our sideline reporter, Spencer Dupuis, that Morgantown just had a 77-yard touchdown pass, failed a two-point conversion. And Morgantown leads 33-28 over Musselman with 2:42 left in the game.
Musselman has a chance. All they need is a touchdown. But on to attempt the extra point here in this one is Wesley Navarro. And his kick almost blocked, but it goes through the uprights and good. 8:53 to go in your fourth quarter. It is now Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. As we'll keep it here. Let's look ahead. It's tomorrow at noon. We'll have the Shepherd game on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube as Shepherd hits the road to take on the Golden Bears of Kutztown. A regional final rematch from last year. You'll get to see Tyson Bajent and the Rams offense try to keep the undefeated season alive. And we said it on the Sports Mix. That matchup is basically the PSAC East championship game.
Absolutely. I think this is the one game of the year. They say if Shepherd can get past this one, they can go undefeated for the regular season and get to the PSAC championship in the last week of the season. It's going to be tough. Kutztown's one of the best defenses in Division II, and Shepherd is one of the best offenses, if not the best. Of course, they have the reigning Harlan Hill winner, Player of the Year in Division II, Tyson Bajent.
Yep, it'll be a quick night for our crew, who we want to shout out again, as this is Colin McLaughlin. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. We got Nick Verzolini back at the studio. Our crew here is Donna Schaffner, John Alderton, Braden Schaffner, Caden Kemp, Donald Kinney, and Spencer Dupuis. Doing a great job tonight bringing you tonight's game between Hedgesville and your Martinsburg Bulldogs. On to kickoff is Navarro. He had the ball originally on the right hash, decided to now switch over and kick off from the left side. And the kick, high and deep, turned by Hedgesville at the 15-yard line, and Connor will go from the right hash marks over to the left. Jukes past two tacklers, tries to break through a few more, but eventually will be wrapped up, pushed back, and they'll say his forward progress got him out to the 29-yard line. Brings up 1st and 10 Hedgesville on its 29-yard line. The clock starting to wind down. It's at 8:35 now in this fourth quarter.
See, it looks like that's still Jackson Rue West out at quarterback, right?
I believe so. I'll have to double check if I can see the hair as they're on the far side of the field. And it is.
All right, so Hedgesville hasn't quite gone to trying to get some reps in for the backups quite yet.
Rest in at quarterback. Behind him is Dalton Harper. We have some whistles blown and a timeout called by Martinsburg as they were still trying to get some substitutes going in and out. So that'll stop the clock at 8:07. Martinsburg has one timeout left. Hedgesville has two timeouts left. It is Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6 on homecoming night. And if you missed it, you can go back and watch the homecoming festivities that took place during halftime. We have all of our broadcasts archived on WRNR TV on YouTube, as your homecoming king was none other than number 7 for Martinsburg, Avion Blackwood, and your homecoming queen, a Martinsburg Bulldog volleyball player in Honey Carter. So congratulations to the two of them, this year's Martinsburg High School homecoming king and queen, as both teams will go back onto the field after the timeout taken by Martinsburg. 1st and 10 for Hedgesville. Rest drops back to pass. Looks to the near side. Quick slant over the head of the intended receiver, off the hands of the defender, Ken Von Williams, and incomplete. He wanted that interception. You can see he's frustrated with himself because he had clear space on that far side for a pick six.
Right. Players coming in the game now are guys that don't get a lot of reps in varsity action. So when they miss opportunities like that, I'm sure they really kick themselves. But it's okay. It's one play.
2nd and 10. 7:25 to go in the fourth. Two receivers to each side for Rue West. Harper behind him. Rest hands it off to Harper, and Harper's going to be stopped for a loss of a yard on the play. It's Harrison and Reed in to make the stop to bring up 3rd down and 11.
So we're seeing some more people rush off the field. I see looks like the defensive line has fully subbed out now. I saw
Yancey and Reed were the two that just sprinted off and looked like we're trying to race each other off the field. Couldn't tell who won, so we'll say it's a tie. But it's 3rd and 10 for Hedgesville. 6:40 to go. 2 receivers to each side for West. Harper behind him in pistol formation. West drops back the pass, looks near side, chucks it deep, and incomplete as jumping up and trying to make the play. Landing on his gut was Connor, but fortunately he's okay. It almost looked like maybe the wind just got knocked out of him, but he quickly gets back up. In to try to break up the pass was Jay Lardy, and that brings up 4th down for Hedgesville.
I was a little surprised that no flag there. It looked like Lardy might have swung for that ball a little early and made contact with Connor, but perhaps not. See, it's 4th down now.
To the applause of the fans on the near side. Trying to see who checked in. It's number 68, I think I saw.
He's checked in the game. But hard to see if that's exactly who everyone's cheering about.
Don't have a 68 on the roster, so if we can maybe get some help as to who that might be.
We're saying, but do you know who 68 is?
So as we wait for that 5:57 to go, it is Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6, as we're trying to see who number 68 is for Martinsburg that just checked into the game, see if our sideline reporter and Spencer Dupuis might be able to get a name for us as we don't have him on the roster. We wait to see if Spencer can get some information as he goes over to talk with Coach Cooper as to who that might be so that we can give him a shout out as he goes back out onto the field with Tyler Delmonico on the defensive line. We're still trying to get confirmation. German foreign exchange student. And beyond, I think, is what he said. High snap over the head of Rue West, though, as we get back for the punt. And his punt will be short now as he had to go back about 10 more yards. But it will take a pretty large roll before being downed at the 49-yard line of Hedgesville. It'll be 1st and 10 for Martinsburg. So next week we got to get an updated roster so we can have him there.
A German foreign exchange student definitely need to. That's definitely an interesting name to have on there.
Maybe we can see just for fun if Spencer could get him with an interview so we can make sure we get his name and everything down and see where we go from there. But 5:30 to go in the 4th quarter. It's 63-6. Martinsburg leads Hedgesville.
Clock's winding just under 5.5 minutes now.
10 seconds to go on the play clock as the Bulldogs break the huddle.
With the backups now.
I believe that's Fagan at quarterback. Coy Fagan, quarterback keeper. Will cut to the left hash marks. Pick up 7 yards before being tackled to bring up 2nd and 3. And he was tackled by number 72, Drew Milton, in to make the tackle for Hedgesville.
As you see a lot of the new players that have come on the field here. Number 29, Vaughn Holmes, among some of them. 85, Dalvin Wheeler.
2nd and 4. Megan bobbles the snap. It's picked up by the running back. Spinning around on the near side.
That was Nick Buskey.
And he fumbled.
Yeah, fumbled.
Hedgesville able to recover, and it was recovered by Brett Peterson. So it'll be 1st and 10 Hedgesville. 4:23 to go as the clock stopped. It should be winding down as it's 63-6 in your 4th quarter. Martinsburg up on Hedgesville.
Seeing Josh Apaya out on the field, number 28. Tyler Delmonico.
Amy Hot, I think, is the pronunciation that we just got. Amy Hahn? Amy Hahn. Thank you to our executive producer and Donna Schaffner, doing our best to get a pronunciation for our German exchange student wearing the number 68.
Seemingly a late addition to the team.
Martinsburg.
Because he's not on the roster that we have, that we got at the beginning of the year, or updated.
Yeah, this is the one from the beginning of the year, but I don't even think I remember him from the updated ones that we've gotten.
Right.
But let's look ahead as next week, Hedgesville will be back at home, taking on the Spring Mills Cardinals, who have a bye tonight. Martinsburg will hit the road, head to Charlestown, take on the Washington Patriots, who tonight were still in search of win number 1. Not sure if they got it against Parkview or not, but Nick Verzolini will give you final scores from around the state during the post-game show as Sweet Caroline serenades Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. But we're not playing Pitt tonight, so no bad words going on here from what I could tell. Handoff for Hedgesville on the 1st and 10. Trying to cut up the middle is the Eagle running back. Will be stopped by Fagan at the line of scrimmage, as that was Dalton Harper. Or no, that's Harper in at quarterback. My apologies. The running back is Joey Shransky. I've been used to saying Harper's name is the running back all night long, but Rue West is out. Harper, the backup quarterback's in.
We just got an update. Musselman touchdown pass with 29 seconds left and a 2-point conversion to go up by 3, 36-33 over Morgantown.
Appleman might have just upset the number 2 team in the state. Improved to 4-1 as a flag thrown. Harper handing it off to Joey Stransky. Penalty marker with 3:10 to go and counting down in the fourth quarter. It is Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6 as Buskey in to make the tackle. Clock stops at 3:02 because of the flag at the 40-yard line as the officials will talk amongst one another to make sure that the flag is accurate, and it is a face mask penalty. And it was originally pointed towards Martinsburg, but it was just pointed back to Hedgesville. So that'll back up the Eagles. Bring up 2nd down and long. That'll make it 2nd and 15. Ball now on the 35-yard line with 3 minutes to go in the fourth. Shotgun formation for Dalton Harper. 2 receivers to each side of him for Hedgesville. 10 seconds to go in the play clock. Harper looks behind him. And his running back, I believe now is Silas Grove, I think I see.
I believe so.
Harper drops back to pass. Looks deep on the far side. Had a wide open receiver, but overthrew him. And incomplete.
It looked like that was Ian Wolf that he overthrew, the one captain for Hedgesville today. I believe that's number 5.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, better eyes than I do. I needed the binoculars for that one, Dylan. But that brings up 3rd and 15 with 2:10 to go. The clock winding down. As fans still sticking around, some deciding to already leave for the night, as it's Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. Martinsburg getting another win on homecoming. Bulldogs send the blitz. Harper rolls out. He's being tossed around, somehow breaks the tackle of Fagan after being spun around 4 times, and the dizzy quarterback finds an open receiver, in and out of the hands, and incomplete. But a flag thrown back towards the 25-yard line.
It's a hold. With all that running around, I'm not surprised that there was a hold in the middle of all of that.
I don't know how Harper got that accurate of a pass off after being spun around 3 times.
Kai Fagan put him in the spin cycle, or Coy Fagan, and somehow he came out of it and was able to make a throw.
So that'll bring up 4th down. 1:10 to go in the fourth as the clock continues to wind down closer and closer to the end of the game. Harper with 2 receivers to each side. It's Grove lined up behind him in the pistol formation. 19 seconds to go on the play clock. Hedgesville, it looks like, just going to let that wind down. And it almost looks like Harper's kind of in a punting stance to immediately take the snap and just kick it.
You might let this be the last play of the game. Or I guess
Drops back to pass, feels the pressure, and this time Kai Fagan does win the battle. He gets helped out and will sack Harper for a loss of 15. And that stops the clock with 30.9 seconds to go. It is Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. And I believe that they'll allow, due to the mercy rule, the clock to start winding down. And Martinsburg, instead of putting the offense out, will just all huddle at midfield to get ready for the handshakes. But Hedgesville's defense is out there. Rich Sherman just saying, roll the clock.
They've been stopping the clock in this quarter for changes of possession. I don't know if that's supposed to be the rule. For sure, we can. I guess we can get that checked.
Well, the play clock's going on as well, but that started at 25, and Hedgesville is now just going to line up as well, and I think the referees are just going to allow it.
Yeah.
Don't know why the play clock's on. I don't think it's supposed to be, because it should have started at 40. But both teams are just going to shake hands, and the clock's going to hit zeros. And your final score from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. So Martinsburg improves to 4-1 on the season and gets the win on homecoming night. Hedgesville falls to 3-2. As we'll wait and take a 2-minute break first, and then get ready for our Palace Lounge post-game show. Final score again, Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. A 2-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium as we welcome you back to the Matt Miller broadcast booth. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Final score, Martinsburg gets the win 63-6 over Hedgesville. So we welcome you into the Palace Lounge post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page, and let's get ready to send it down to Spencer Dupuis, who's alongside Britt Sherman with the win. Spencer.
All right, thanks, Colin. Down here with victorious head coach Britt Sherman. A good showing for your team tonight. After last week, it seems like we talked to you about half. You guys are really focused this week. Yeah, just great attitude and effort. Guys are hungry. And we did. We shook some stuff up a little bit, but those guys that were in the game are guys that have been just working extremely hard. They're focused, and it's just great to come out and have fun with that group.
And speaking of focus, it seems like there was a lot less penalties this week than last week. In the last few weeks, it seems like, we talked that first half. It seemed for the first couple of weeks, it seemed to be like that, and the second half was a saving grace every week. But it seems like you put together a great football game all around today.
Yeah, I still don't like some of the penalties we had. We still need to clean some of that stuff up, but it is getting a little bit better, and we're going to try to clean some more of that stuff up. But it's progress. It's getting better each week.
And with the score the way it was, able to get a lot of players in to this ball game and get them some good experience.
Yeah, and we tell them young guys when they go in, no drop off. Nick Buskey gets to score a touchdown. Coy Fagan. Those are all names that are guys that are working really hard, and young guys that will be up and coming.
All right, Coach, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
We'll now talk with Ezra Bajent. 5 touchdowns, the birthday boy.
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
18 years old today.
Happy 18th birthday, and got a big win tonight.
Yes, big win versus good team around this area, and we were happy with the outcome.
And it seemed like in the first half things were clicking from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, things were clicking. The first drive, we had like a miscommunication route, high ball, pick, and I had to get better from that point. So, and we got better and ended the half good. So everything worked as planned.
And you were able to throw it around to a lot of guys today, and then mixing in a lot of guys. Your receiving core is down a little bit with some injuries, but a lot of guys stepping up.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we have a lot of wide receivers and a lot of guys that can step up because we have a lot of guys hurt right now. So it's good.
Congrats on the win. Best of luck next week.
Yep, thank you.
Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Spencer, as well as the birthday boy, Ezra Bajent, and the Martinsburg Bulldog head coach, Britt Sherman. We'll take another 2-minute break, and on the other side of that break, give you tonight's post-game stats as well as our awards. Final score, Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. Another 2-minute break. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Goldilocks.
Brr, this place was too cold. They must have a heat pump. Whatever. It's too hot in this house. They must have a wood stove or something. Ew, I'm sweating. This house is just right.
Call Roach Energy at 304-263-3329 for warm propane and heating oil that's just right.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency, BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back into the Palace Lounge post-game show. Martinsburg gets the win 63-6 over Hedgesville. And let's get into your post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 south of Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business. Dylan?
Well, first of all, on the Hedgesville side, we'll give you the final stat line for Jackson Rue West. It was 6-17, 95 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. Then on the Martinsburg side, Ezra Bajent, the birthday boy, was 11 for 20 with 151 yards, 5 passing touchdowns with 1 interception. Zion Grantham had 8 carries for 106 yards and a touchdown, a lot of that coming on a 78-yarder that he had. A.J. Harrison had 5 carries for 48 yards. Murphy Clement had 5 carries for 49 yards and a touchdown. He also had 1 catch for a 28-yard touchdown. Then you had Avion Blackwood, the homecoming king, had 3 carries for 71 yards. Eric King added on 3 carries for 35 yards. And then the big receiving day was Buzz Dover, who had 5 catches for 83 yards and 4 touchdowns. 4 touchdowns on 5 catches, Colin.
4 for number 4. A 4 for 4.
Exactly. It was a 4 for 4. Wow.
It's my favorite thing.
All right. You can't get that at the... Wow.
All right, let's get into our awards. Let's start off with the electrifying play of the game brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or go to orsinis.com.
If that Jameer Hunter pick 6 would have counted, I think that was a very easy pick there. But since it came back to
I'll still let you.
A penalty there, it's an honorable mention there. But I'll give it to the 78-yard touchdown run by Zion Grantham. Just a great play there. A lot of just very athletic, quick, shifty guy, and he's been great in the role of running back since Xavion Kendall went down with an injury in Week 1.
That's true. What a story it has been, and a well-deserving award for Zion Grantham. Let's go to the Cody's Body Shop collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page.
I'll give it to Coy Fagan there at the end of the game, where really the play before, he kind of almost had another one there where he spun around Dalton Harper and nearly got himself a sack. But then the very next play, he comes back and he gets himself a sack at the end of the game, getting himself in the stat book at the end of the day at the varsity level when he's been playing quarterback on the lower levels already. So it's good to see him out there.
There you go. That is our Cody's Body Shop collision of the game. Let's now get into our Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands catch of the game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance for all of your insurance needs. Call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
I'll give this one to Buzz Dover and his 25-yard touchdown that he had today. Out of one of the 4 that he had in this game, a great pass from Ezra Bajent, just setting things up, 50-50 ball that he got thrown his way. And, again, just a great game for him. It's not often you can say that you had 5 catches and 4 times you got into the end zone.
And then lastly, our player of the game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Go to bodwellinsurancesolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
Even with 5 touchdown passes, I think Ezra Bajent's gotten a lot of gifts today. So we're going to give this one to Buzz Dover. Again, 5 catches, and 4 of them got into the end zone. A lot of that, he did the work himself. He got these short passes from Ezra, and he made guys miss on the way to the end zone. So, incredible game for him with the touches that he got. He made the most of almost every single one.
And there you go. Those are our awards. In the final score, Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. As tomorrow, again, with an 11:30 pregame show kickoff at noon, we will have the Shepherd Rams taking on the Kutztown Golden Bears as Shepherd looks to continue its perfect season going up against Kutztown, who has had Shepherd's number in the regular season for the past few years. I believe it's been 2 years since Kutztown has lost a PSAC East regular season game, but if you're a Shepherd fan, you remember last year's regional final and that Hail Mary to give Shepherd the win in the very last play of the game to win the regional championship. So it's a regional championship rematch. You definitely don't want to miss that. Again, only on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. But we're back next week. It's Martinsburg heads to Washington to take on the Patriots. The pregame show will be at 6 p.m. Kickoff from Washington at 7. For our tremendous crew, Nick Verzolini back at the studio. You'll hear from him here shortly to give you stats from around the state, as well as Donna Schaffner, our executive producer, our sideline reporter / cameraman, Spencer Dupuis, and the rest of our crew camera-wise, and Braden Schaffner, Caden Kemp, Donald Kinney, and John Alderton. For Dylan Bishop, I'm Colin McLaughlin, signing off from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. Until next week, have a great rest of your evening.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you. Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
We welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini as we run down some of your final scores tonight. Pretty good night for the EPAC as several teams were able to come away with some good victories tonight. Of course, only one team in the Eastern Panhandle could get the win between Martinsburg and Hedgesville, and Hedgesville grabbed the early 6-0 lead. But Martinsburg responds with 63 unanswered points to win that game tonight 63-6 over Hedgesville. So tough loss for the Eagles, but a team that has shown some fight this year, so we'll see if they continue to improve. Some other final scores from around the Eastern Panhandle. An absolute classic tonight between Musselman and Morgantown. We knew it would be a good one, and it lived up to the hype. 36-33, Musselman gets the win over Morgantown, scoring the game-winning score with 29 seconds left in that ball game. So an impressive win tonight for Musselman to get that win there, 36-33, against a good Morgantown team. Getting that win, a signature win there for Musselman. I think that will help them moving forward, obviously, with the ratings as things go on. Other scores in the Eastern Panhandle: Jefferson beats up on North Hagerstown. We knew they had a good chance to win that one. It's 35-6. That one hasn't gone final yet, but the Cougars hold that lead in the fourth quarter. So it looks like they're going to get that win. And then how about this score? Washington. I said it on the Sports Mix. I thought it was a must-win for the Patriots. And they don't just win. They win by 54. 74-20 over Parkview. Good win for Washington. Coach Glenn Simpson and the Patriots in the win column for the first time this season. So there won't be a winless team, which is always good to see. And Washington now, I think, has a chance at probably 3 or 4 wins, maybe even more if they're able to really put something together. But a good win there, and it's good to see that, obviously, for the Panhandle. Some games that we were keeping an eye on tonight around the state. Number 1, Parkersburg South. They will remain number 1 after beating John Marshall tonight, 55-16. Cabell Midland takes the battle of the two teams tied at 13 over Parkersburg, 31-10. Huntington beats Capital 42-7 tonight. They'll move up in the rankings. Kaiser beats up on Hampshire. That's another team on Washington's schedule toward the end of the season. 34-3. That's Hampshire on the schedule, by the way. 34-3 over AAA Hampshire. Kaiser getting the win there. And Berkeley Springs falls to Tucker County 26-0. And quickly we'll just get the rest of AAA, and then we will wrap things up here on the Extra Point Scoreboard show. Spring Valley leads Riverside in the fourth quarter. Much closer game than probably you anticipated when you saw this matchup, but 18-0 Spring Valley there heading into the fourth quarter was the score last reported. Here's a good one. Lord Batort, I believe is how you say that. Virginia over Princeton. Number 4 Princeton, 28-27. Good ball game there. Lord Batort getting the win over Princeton. Hurricane beats St. Albans tonight 50-0. Bridgeport destroys Robert C. Byrd 42-0. Wheeling Park falls to Steubenville, Ohio 63-28. Woodrow Wilson over Lincoln County 48-0. George Washington beats South Charleston 48-7. Oak Hill over Ripley 54-14. And East Fairmont AA, East Fairmont beats Preston 28-14. And then I believe there's one other AAA team in action against a AA, but I'm not seeing it here. Oh, University beat Fairmont Senior tonight 19-14. So they're able to get the win over AA Fairmont Senior. So again, Colin mentioned it. We'll have Shepherd Rams football for you tomorrow at Kutztown against the regional rematch between those two teams. Kickoff for that one is at noon. Pregame show begins at 11:30. And this was the Extra Point Scoreboard show brought to you by Wayne Clark for 99th District Delegate, proudly working to advance opportunities for all West Virginians. Vote Wayne Clark in November. So that'll do it for us. Once again, your final score tonight, Martinsburg 63, Hedgesville 6. And we will see you tomorrow for Shepherd University Rams football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. But this has been Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsinis.com.
Someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center, 400 West Stevens Street, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Goldilocks.
Brr, this place was like too cold. They must have a heat pump. Whatever. It's like too hot in this house. They must have a wood stove or something. Ew, I'm like sweating. This house is like just right.
Call Roach Energy at 304-263-3329 for warm propane and heating oil that's just right.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long. Keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.